turning all your tricks against you, cause you're one and only master. Hey, a guy ready to rip, on my high, ready to rip, with that armor ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Hans, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, hey. And I don't care if you don't know my name now, cause you'll hear it when my old lady goes to scream out. Sunset, sunrise, 45 to shine down. Only shine is the truth to the few in power. That's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all. Making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, reflakes for your trash. Nah, you can have it, sucker. Hey, a guy ready to rip, on my high, ready to rip, with that armor ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Honda, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, right? My hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Honda, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, right? Let's rip. Ready, rip. Praying to God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct, the fish in the water. Hit my marks, hooking and set. Indian honest, wearing my Hans, strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey, I jump on that track, ready to roll, ready to rip, ready to reach. Place my bets, hey, you never know when playing on host what you could achieve. Making the goal, peace with the soul, don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in the calling, it's harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up though, don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass in the low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass on the grass for the OPO. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass, to the glass, to the FOO. Cause I'm going past all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you, cause you're one and only master. Hey, a guy ready to rip, on my high, ready to rip, with that armor ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Honda, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, hey. And I don't care if you don't know my name now, cause you'll hear it when my old lady goes to scream out. Sunset, sunrise, 45 to shine down. Only shine is the truth to the few in power. That's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all. Making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, reflakes for your trash. Nah, you can have it, sucker. Hey, a guy ready to rip, on my high, ready to rip, with that armor ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ready to rip, hey, ready to rip, ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Honda, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, right? My hardest to stay with the best, flexing Giannis S on my chest, facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip, coming correct, the fish in the water, hit my marks, hooking and set, Indian honest, wearing my Honda, strapped in his harness, ready to rip, right? Let's rip.
But which way are you going?
Is it the right way or the long one? Hey, I'm walking the hard path, but God's on my side, shielding my life, so I'm just a nomad. Dealing with demons, the streets of the night, holding the deeds that are left of the kind, laying to rest evil thoughts in your mind, making you think about more than yourself, making that ego come straight to hell, boy. To feel alone, 'cause I'm old and I'm selfish. Truly down for low-hanging fruit, believe me. They go for the bang, the wild, the flower, the roots, the judge and the few. Deceivers, they come out the woods for them wounds. Receivers, they see them as special, cause we've been redeemed by the ones in the battle reserved for the truth. And they don't wanna talk, cause they see the way we walk it. Yeah. Don't say what you heard, cause you know that I hold my ground, my way. Cause I'm bad. Choice of where to go. It's up to you. Ready to rip, ready to reach. Place my bets, hey, you never know when playing on hopes what you could achieve. Making the goal, peace with the soul, don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in, the calling is harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up though, don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass, a little low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass on the grass for the OFO. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass, to the glass, to the FOO. Cause I'm going past all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you, cause you're one and only master. Ready to God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. True to the few in power, that's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all, making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, replace for
oh my, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, we're here. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, experiencing something we've never seen before. Never seen before. Dirty 530. Oh, my God. There's no way we are handling this the way we are thinking of handling it. There's no way. There's no way. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Tuesday, and I didn't plan on going live. I planned on watching a halfway entertaining or an entertain. I think they're entertaining. I don't know why, not halfway, but the Jeremy Elliott show. You know, of course, that ended just recently. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. I think it's very entertaining. But the Jeremy Elliott show, about 1 hour, 45 minutes before the Jeremy Elliott show went live, the internet was broken. The internet was broken, and it had to do with PA's favorite person, Danny Dietrich. And we're going to show you the result first. Well, no, we'll wait. We'll just get into the information right off the get-go. No joking around. We don't have the alcohol. We got water tonight. Of course, we have our trusty vape. But we're just going to get straight into it. So this is the post that good. Are they all in on it? I just want to know, are they all in on it at this point? Because the success and the code that has been cracked here, let me explain something right now. Funny enough, me and Jeremy Elliott were just talking about this the other week, and, usually cars, storylines, races, sponsor changes, usually cars or people only really stay relevant in the headlines of the dirt track racing community for about 4 days, no matter what it is. Even to the point of, wrecks and crashes or a driver injured. It may last a little longer, but about 4 days. And then it's on to the next. Maybe that's, a result of the community of the racing world. We got to forget about the last week and move on to the next one. Maybe that's a result of it. I don't know if it's good or bad or ugly. In some instances, it's disgusting. But whatever is happening here with Jacob Allen and the Shark Racing team, it has cracked the code. I feel like this whole scenario has been in the headlines of the sprint car racing world for going almost on 2 weeks. That is unheard of, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't think it's ended. Now, today, there was some assistance from Danny Dietrich, just like there was some assistance from Kel Thomas, I guess, to have the driver change and to keep it. And there was some assistance from Ashton Torgerson by shocking the world and winning at BAPS. But it all has to do around this 1A and Jacob Allen and Bobby Allen scenario. So the code has been cracked. We are watching the Matrix here. Like, it is cracked with this team. I don't know. I just got to get that out of the way first. But we have this post that was made that broke the internet to continue the headlines for the Shark 1A racing team in the sprint car world. Absolutely, this took over Jeremy Elliott's show for the most part. And he made a post randomly today. It says 1 hour ago. It was more like 2 hours ago. The post has 600 reactions, 127 comments. Very prominent people, types of people commenting. It says, Old Scruffy and Jacob Allen got tricks up their sleeves. Nicely done. That's one way to make the new kid on the block look fast. Makes sense now why a kid who just won his first 410 race in PA didn't go up top in victory lane. I guess I need to be more innovative. Now, of course, you see two pictures here of the 1A machine. You see the flat piece of the on the image to the left. You see the top of the center of the wing, the belly of the wing, or the flat part, the board, the biggest part that actually grabs the most air in the whole entire scenario. And this is a flat. There's been this discussion over the years, a flat topped wing or a dished wing, and obviously, the dish wings give a little more downforce in slicker conditions. The flat wings take away a little more drag. You could be a little faster in time trials on your own on a hooked-up racetrack. But these waves you kind of see on the top wing on the left side of the car between the bracing through the center of the top of the center section of the wing. And then you see kind of the waves and this flexed motion on the one on the left. And then on the one on the right, you see this very obvious. It almost looks like a damn speed bump on the damn side of the road or on the road that you would drive over at the back of the wing of this car on the 1A machine. And you definitely see the brace where it's located, but it is smashed in. And then there's a question on this image on the right of if this front area has the secondary bracing going across from one sideboard to the other. You can see on the left you have a ripple at the 3/4 mark and a ripple at the quarter mark of the wing, where the two braces are, I believe they have to be there. So obviously they're going very fast too. You kind of want some bracing on the wing, but it seemed like this was more so, a question about, wow, these wings are bending and acting almost like a dish wing in the sectors in between these bracings. And then the one on the right almost looks like they're attempting to do something. And that's why I think he said I need to be a little bit more innovative on the scenario. Of course, the problem with these pictures here is you see Dirt Tracker posted the one on the left. Dirt Tracker in the comments, if we can find it real quick, I'm not sure if I'm going to. There it is. Dirt Tracker in the comments said, my photo is from 2024 at Golden Isle. So keep that in mind. This is not a picture of Ashton Torgerson's vehicle on the left at all. This is a picture of Shark Racing's vehicle, but this is from 2024 Golden Isle. And you may be like, oh my God, they've been doing this for a while. The picture on the right is from Port Royal. I believe in hot laps or time trials, heat races. It could be the entire night. But regardless, we do have some more images to look through. So the first issue in this post that is the worst is because it says, makes sense now as to why the kid who just won his first 410 race in PA didn't go up on top in victory lane. That is referencing the Sunday race at BAPS. This picture is from Saturday with this wing that is with Ashton Torgerson driving the car. And this is the picture of the car at BAPS. Obviously, you can on Sunday, the next day, you can pretty much tell that this is a Jeremy Zarfus picture. You can pretty much tell that there's not much similarity between this top wing that was raced at and top wing that was won with at BAPS. So this is kind of the first fault, and everybody could see this. That's the problem, I guess, in social media world, and maybe people are going to bitch about it and be mad that I'm even making this video with facts. But at the end of the day, you can't really come out and make all these claims and say all this shit when there's cameras and photographers and everything that kind of document what's and when and how. So when you want to come out and you want to claim that a guy won a race at BAPS, you think your pictures would be from BAPS, and they're not. And then when you go over to see what happened at BAPS during the night of the win, and you see the top wing is basically a completely different structure unless they fixed the one or did something different to the one from the night before at Port to the day of BAPS. But you can kind of see in this image, even though it is in the corner, it's exiting. I believe this is hot laps and time trials. There's no wing alteration or look as the one we're seeing. This is Ashton Torgerson in victory lane. You can kind of see there's nothing visual in that aspect of seeing anything. And then some people could be like, well, what about its speed? Does it bend around? Does it bend over? What does it do? That is the car entering the corner at BAPS in the main event. Now, there is some slight ripple. I will say this. There is some slight ripple, obviously not obnoxious to the point we saw in the accuser's post, because that at this point, that was an accusal. And there's money on the line. I don't know if there's defamation at hand here. But you can kind of see maybe a little bit of a bend. And this is at full speed, main event BAPS, Torgerson going into the corner. Maybe a little bit of it, but we're going to get into that as well. Of course, we're not just going to focus around this situation. We got several pictures from several of the marquee drivers of this industry that we're going to talk about their top wings tonight. Of course, that silver wing with Larson, it's going to be noted and shown here Going to be very interesting to see what that wing shows at speed. But until we get there, so that's the top wing at BAPS. I know there was a response from Jacob Allen to this post. I will say that, and this was the response from Jacob Allen. He said, "Call the cops. Danny Dietrich is cheating," and he shows a picture of the top wing with a little ripple effect. Obviously, the degree of the car on the right doesn't look like that, but the degree of the left, it's close. You won't say it's 100% the same, but that's pretty close. You know, the image on the left here versus this Danny Dietrich top wing here. And then, of course, the race at BAPS. This is Danny Dietrich working off of turn number 2, not entering the corner like we showed you with Ashton Torgerson. This is from Sprint Car Unlimited TV's broadcast on Sprint Car Unlimited here on YouTube, the same channel that Jeremy does his lives and 90s at 9s. Go over there, check them, follow them. Give them a shout out, watch this race, and you can kind of see the visual ripple in the top of the wing on this car exiting turn number 2 is where this image was taken. Now, very interestingly, off of turn number 2, and this looks like it's entering turn 1, I mean, the ripple effect between these two drivers in particular are almost like this, night and day. I mean, this is a little AI, but somebody sent that as a joke with messing with Danny. But if we were to compare the Danny Dietrich top wing at BAPS, the actual race that he's accusing in his original post, I think he backtracks later. We're going to look at another post he's made recently. But off of turn number 2, with that much of a flex around these support brackets under or inside the top wing going from board to board, showing kind of the bellies decrease into the actual sectors of those frames. I don't know. That looks a little more aggressive than anything I could see here. You're literally seeing the ripple from across the track zoomed in, like I said, exiting turn 2 here, and you could see a little bit of how that is. But in there, maybe it could be the light. But there's other cars, you know, obviously. Chase Dietz and Troy Walgeman Jr. That's Chase Dietz on the outside. You could kind of see the same depression there with the belly of the wing versus the braces throughout it. And you can almost see it a little bit on the Walgeman Jr. car. And, of course, you know, color of wing is going to more than likely show off or not show the depression within the wing and certain things that could be happening here. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see how, you know, that ripple effect that you're seeing here on Jacob Allen's car kind of being utilized in multiple aspects here. I mean, I would say that the ripple's pretty close there on the Dietrich car versus the picture we're looking at. I mean, that's pretty close. Even the old one, this is a Jacob Allen picture. Once again, 2024 Golden Isle, and Jacob Allen did actually win that race. I believe that was one of the third race, I think, of the High Limit Tour last year, and he picked up the victory there. But regardless, very similar on these center sections of the wing and thereon and thereforth. But the one wing that was this very odd one. Obviously, the image on the left here, we could say maybe it's close to what everybody's doing, but whatever the fuck this is not what everybody else is doing. So what in the hell is that? Obviously different than the car that was ran at BAPS, but what was that? So we have to go to the then Port Royal images. And then, of course, you could see Anthony Macri here. He has the same kind of thing. We're going to get into some other prominent drivers to see the degree, because this could be potentially, you know, we've heard drivers, and I've talked to car owners and car and crew chiefs, and they do have different wings that they run. And some people could think that's positioning, sideboard positioning, guts, and this is a part of that gut aspect, how thick, you know, things are here, and how much, you know, if you want something harder or flatter or loose or something that gives way, that does add a little dish, even though it's flat at high speeds. I mean, is there a difference here where you want a thinner, lighter at one point of the night, or a harder, thicker one at another part of the night, depending on what the track conditions need you, you know, almost like nozzles on the motor. What do we need to do here? But The one thing that I did see a lot of people questioning was if there was a missing brace on the front of this car, because it is kind of hard to see, or on the front of the wing of this car, because it is kind of hard to see any potential bracing because of how high up the one in the back is versus the front. Because you can easily see that in all the other images. You see the front bracing and the back bracing within the belly of the wing. Now, fortunately, or unfortunately for Ashton Torgerson and Shark Racing, there is other images from Port Royal. This is another image. This was from 357 World of Dirt. They had a photographer there for the late model events, and they did actually clip a Jacob Allen Shark Racing team Ashton Torgerson picture here. And even from this angle, you can kind of see that beam, that support is there. You could kind of see it at the very base of the lettering, the main red lettering, that is. You could kind of see it rippling up. But obviously, this is way bigger, this back center section piece or connecting piece underneath the belly. This is way more than anything else that we are seeing out there, period. But there is some truth to a lot of things. And this image right here has some truth to it. And this is what I was assuming the entire time. This is another image from Port Royal, shooting straight at them. And at this angle, you can kind of see what I think is the answer to all of your questions. And I think the answer to all of your questions is not that Shark Racing pulled out some kind of trick-ass superstar wing to go to Port Royal with a driver who's never been there, doesn't have a resume of winning success, and, you know, all these things, first time in the car. You could I think that because that's the idea we're being told right now, because we have proof that this wing wasn't at BAPS. This is the idea Danny's trying to tell you. We have proof that wing was not used at BAPS. Everyone has it. He had it too. We have proof that this wing was on this car at Port Royal. So the logical proof is right in front of our eyes. Now you have to guess why or how is this happening? What's this wing and how is it here? And we're basically led to believe two beliefs, in my opinion. You got one side of the belief, which is on the Danny side, that they brought in this new driver with all these things and put this trick superstar wing on here to win the race with Ashton Torgerson at Port Royal in his debut. I guess. That's all. I mean, anybody else does, I mean, yeah. Or if you listen to Jacob Allen come on to our show and bitch, one of the things he bitched about with the Kel Thomas scenario is wings. And they don't really have any good ones. Or they had a few good ones, and two of them are bent all to Alice shit now. And then you don't take much to go talk to the crew and stuff and ask them, yeah, we got one really brand new nice wing. We got one that's kind of, worn and used, and then we got one that's pretty much junk. So I'm just the dumbass, according to the fans of this accuser, in my opinion. But, well, not all of them. Y'all are fine. But I'm not going to lean towards the side that there's some trick superstar-ass wing that they threw this kid onto Port Royal with to do something special. I'm going to lean onto the side. They're really pissed about tearing up equipment. Obviously, can nobody understand that? I think Kel Thomas might. And you should as well. They really don't want to tear shit up. They're bringing in this kid who's never really been on a half mile in his life. They're putting him at Port Royal with 0 to no expectations, just trying to get him some time in the seat. And just in case anything could happen, we're going to take the junk-ass wing that was involved in some wrecks here recently that we beat together in pride and just, fiddle-flopped in there and, jerry-rigged up. and we're going to put it on the car and let them run at port and get some laps underneath them and just, first night out. And if anything does happen and the car does go upside down, like these cars can, we're going to lose the junk wing that was already junk in the first place. That sounds logical to me. That sounds like it makes sense. And then after he ran okay, I heard he qualified well with the junk wing, because you can even tell at the right side at the top area where this questioned area is located, it looks like it's been wrecked. Look at the sideboard. It's waved. This is a junk wing. Why would you run a junk wing at Port Royal in PA? Well, maybe when you're bringing in a new driver, then you don't know what you're going to get and what's going to happen and blah, blah, blah. And if you need even more proof that this is a damaged wing, look at how the belly lines up with the side of the board of the wing. It has this dip, and then it goes up where y'all are seeing this big deal, and then it goes back. Now, look at the top of the sideboard itself. It has a dip right there, and then about the same section where the belly of the wing is bending up is about where this top wing swings up and goes straight the rest of the way back. Now, maybe this is some new design. I'm sure after what we're witnessing today, this is some new innovative design and shit. But I just think it's a junk wing, and they took it to the track to let the kid get some laps. And that's why we have this wing on a race car. And I think they thought he did well and decent enough, and BAPS is, in my opinion, halfway a sister track to Tulare and is more in the short track wheelhouse that he's used to, the lower speed stuff that he's used to doing on the West Coast. They think they can maybe run good with them, and they threw a good wing, one of the good wing on the car, or maybe the second tier one, because I believe I was told there was 3 wings in that camp. So they put the regular wing on the car, like we're gonna try to perform now. If you wreck this one, okay, it's not the pristine brand new one, but it's not this one. This was just to get some laps on. So that's what I think happened here. That is honestly what I think happened here. And there was some follow-up from Danny. There was some follow-up. He took the screenshot here of Dirt Tracker making a post. My photo is from Golden Isle last year. Danny Dietrich obviously using the one on the left earlier, but now it's on the right there. Danny follows up. He says, as for Ashton Torgerson, although I believe Ashton Torgerson was already referenced as the kid who just won his first race in PA and why he didn't go up top in victory lane. So that is talking about Ashton Torgerson in this race car. But regardless, I think they define this as backtracking. As for Ashton Torgerson, he did a good job and won the race. He probably had he probably had no idea his wing and dish built into it. So he isn't backtracking. He's still doubling down. I just had these laid out. Or one of the wings he ran at some point. As for Shark Racing, at Dirt Tracker posted this photo from Golden Isle where Jacob won that race. Dished wings and bigger wicker bills both make a huge difference, especially on slick tracks. Hats off to Sharks, but the cat's out of the bag. So he is still not denying in this post. It says 9 minutes ago, but it was more like 19, 20, 30 minutes ago. Good job when he won the race. He probably had no idea about the wing being dished, which once again, we already showed you the images from BAPS. It looks like Danny and several other drivers looked more receded in the belly compared to those strut markers across the center section of the belly wing. So it's no more dished than anyone else. I would say it was less dished based on the video we saw compared to the pictures from the race itself. But regardless, these sections in the wing are very interesting. Of course, this is the post he's referencing, Golden Isle's picture, where you see the same kind of ripple effect that we saw in the photo or in the racing from BAPS. Now, I was curious. I was like, okay, so maybe that is aggressive. I hadn't researched as much as I had now. This is all developed in the last 2 hours. And then we have some really good banter with Jeremy Elliott on his show. So go check out the Jeremy Elliott show if you did not catch it. It was more than this, but it was interesting. We did have some cool Pennsylvania versus California debates on his show as well. It was very cool to do that with him. But I was curious to see, you see the aggressiveness, not of the car on the right. Obviously, I think that's a damaged wing. But the aggressiveness of the recession on the left, on the belly of the wing, versus these struts that are going across. These very interesting images. So I decided to go around and look at some other photos. Funny enough, I wanted to see some stuff from 2025. I think some good ones are at Nicole Signor's. I think that's how you say it, or Sign or Not. Her 2025 photography, Smug Mug, I believe it is. And we're looking at Volusia right now. This is Volusia from February 6th. This is Ryan Timms, and you can kind of see the same kind of dip in the wing. And I would say, back to, what kind of, strength. Maybe this is something they have multiple wings, and y'all see people switch out wings. And, of course, we're going to talk about the Larson wing here in a second. Maybe, and hell, we'll just go to the Larson wing just right now. To show you that. This is the Larson Silver Wing at Knoxville just 2 weeks ago. And you can kind of see those braces going across in the belly. Of course, she's got her watermark on here. Once again, go buy the picture. I'm just using it for reference. But you can kind of see it, but not a lot. And this is down the back straightaway entering turn 3 at Knoxville in qualifying. They are fucking hauling the mail. So if there's any bend that's going to happen to the top wing of the car, you're probably going to see it here at Knoxville heading into 3 in qualifying. The track hooks the fuck up, it's flying. And to barely see anything versus the images we showed you earlier from BAPS with Danny and the Jacob Allen kind of dip. This leads me to believe, from an image like this, which we only see this wing with Larson in qualifying, that potentially you have a situation here where they're using a thicker material in qualifying to make sure that belly is slick and smooth, so it doesn't, recede into the cavities of the belly of the wing. Because we learned at Bristol that drag kills speed, especially in single car qualifying. A lot of people will say that's why Sam Haverteep Jr. has the track record at Bristol. He took the damn wicker bill off the car, to reduce drag. So when you're at bigger tracks like Knoxville and Volusia, like the picture we just saw with Timms, or some of these bigger tracks, that's when you see this silver wing come out. I don't think it was at Jacksonville for qualifying, was it? I don't remember seeing the silver wing at Jacksonville. But when you're at these big, fast-ass tracks, you may need something thicker, something harder, something that really cuts through the air extremely well. Now, track goes to slicking off and all that, then you probably want that wing that will recede a little bit so that you can have a little bit more drag, more downforce throughout the top center of the belly. But I think that's potentially why you see the silver wing come out at the bigger tracks, is this thing's built very stout down the center of it. Because he's hauling ass, Kyle Larson. I mean, there's no doubting that. But I could barely see those braces underneath that belly. Barely at all. So that tells me that whatever's done there is very strong. And it's purpose-built as well. That's why we see it in qualifying. I think that's why. I think this whole scenario, and maybe there's people like, well, Chaz, we always knew that. Okay, well, fine. I'm just saying. I just think some people don't. Once again, we showed you Ryan Timms, kind of very similar, but who knows? There are some other cars, though, that are very visible to seeing these ripples. Baston had some pretty good ones. There was some a little bit more aggressive. This one was probably one of the most aggressive that I saw, probably closer to that Jacob Allen Golden Isle style. This is Casey Kane. You can really see the ripples in the wing on this picture here. And this was at, I think it's at Volusia. I think I want to call that Volusia because it's definitely not Knoxville. These are a mixture of Volusia and Knoxville pictures, the two big half miles where this photographer was at throughout the year. And this one was from Knoxville. The Bernie Indy Race Parts car. I mean, that's some pretty big dips. Hell, you can almost see all four sectors. How thin is the top of that belly? I mean, I'm just saying. And at the same time, this is kind of a reoccurring theme. I mean, you even had a guy who doesn't really race much. This Jeremy, well, doesn't race much anymore, or has raced for a long time. Jeremy Weaver. I mean, look at the belly of his wing, for crying out loud. Obviously, that could possibly happen from some wrecks or something that, has accumulated time. I know some people were saying, or Jeremy said earlier, if you can keep a wing together for a very long time, the metals will, everything will kind of lose its strength over time. And if you could keep an old wing around, when the track goes slick, bring it out because it's going to flex a lot more just from having age on it and races. And that's kind of what this car, but that looks just as aggressive or more aggressive than the Jacob Allen wing that won Golden Isle in 2014 or 2024. So, yeah, I'm looking at some of this stuff, and it's just like I don't know. Is this post necessary? I just don't get it in a way. All of it can be explained, all of it. Danny Dietrich, when we met at this little race shop, he called me a piece of shit that just posts stuff to stir shit, and there's nothing really there to it when you talk about your bullshit. And I don't know if there's really anything to it, but hypocrisy does run the world. Regardless, I think the end cap to all this scenario is this picture right here that Jacob Allen posted. Where's it at? It's a great picture. Hold on. We got to show this. This Jacob Allen racing picture was just amazing. Y'all gotta see this. Jacob Allen has once again cracked the code on this entire scenario and really went for it, I think. Yeah, this is it right here. And that about sums this up, guys. And once again, post interaction, 1.6K. Double the initial post by Dietrich. I mean, I don't know what to say about Danny here. He was on the Jeremy Zarfus show last night, and he brought up how he's really critical of Danny. He thinks Danny only bitches when he loses. He said it could be a rubber down one-laner piece of shit track, and if Danny wins, everybody's great. And it could be a wide, slick racetrack. You could drive all over, and nobody's eating tires. And if he finishes third, he's bitching and complaining about everybody else. And I was like, well, I ain't really, paid attention to that. I mean, I'm not guys like Jeremy there every week, or both Jeremys there every week seeing that or witnessing that. But I mean, everything that was included in this post today is completely combated. Completely combated with reality, with reason, with understanding. I mean, maybe they're playing the game. Maybe they're both in on this. Maybe they called each other up earlier today. That's the only hope, I think, for Danny at least. Maybe they called each other up today and said, hey, let's keep some shit going. Your wing was all fucked up because the kid was there and you were using the junk one, but it looks crazy. Let's do something here today. I mean, because they piddle-paddled back and forth here, obviously. The picture we just showed you. So, I mean, was this set up? That's what I want to know. Honestly, I'd like to know. Was this a setup scenario? Because it took over the entire headlines. Jeremy Elliott had a whole list of other things to talk about on his show. I wasn't even going to do a show, and we're here. I mean, we're here. And maybe this is the code. Maybe this is what you should do. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, over to the comments. The comment section is always the glorious one. Hammer Down is here. It's someone looking for an excuse because a kid beat their ass. Wow. I mean, back to the Zarfus, Danny is a sore loser, and great people. Or let me back. Hold on, I'm going to shut the show down. Great performers have a hint of jealousy and envy, and things of the sorts when they lose. Now some people look at the mirror when they lose and blame themselves and develop their own skill sets and abilities. That's how champions and winners do it. And Tom Brady's and Joe Montana's and the greatest performers, the Kyle Larsons. I mean, name it. Those guys are the ones that when shit goes wrong, they blame themselves. But then there are the LeBron Jameses of the world that blame everything else but them. There are the LeBron. Is Danny Dietrich the LeBron James of sprint car racing? I mean, he doesn't really flop, but I mean, as far as like taking responsibility for the loss or success of the team, I'm just curious. I honestly think it's older wings that flex from the downforce. All this pictures are on fast half miles. Yeah, well, I mean, once again, we showed you the video from BAPS. I mean, you got Dietrich and Dietz's wings flexing more than even Torgerson's car was, or the Jacob Allen Shark Racing car. It's flexing everything. Chaz hit it 100% right. I don't know what that means. Brian, oh God, we gotta get rid of that guy. Very horrible person there. Got to get rid of him. Sorry. Let's see here. Double D would monkey dunk Jacob. What does that even mean? Well, I'm not sure if I can repeat that. Call a expert to explain the wing situation. We just did as good as we can. We can open up the lines for your reaction. I don't know if there's much to react to at this point, though. Everything is out there. We just ran through the evidence, ran through the scenario, ran through plausibilities with visual references as to why we think the way we do. I mean, this is a presentation. So the presentation, I believe, is correct. I mean, we can open up the lines and see if you want to say something back or something different. But, I mean, I just don't get it, some of this stuff. This is a next level. Hold on. I mean, if y'all want to call, we're about to open up the lines. About to open up the lines to the show. If y'all have anything to say about this scenario, or if you want to bitch me out, Danny Dietrich can call and call me a fucking idiot and yell at me. That's fine. Numbers on the screen. 423-616-7673. Lines open. Oh, no. Somebody said no Canadian politics. Well, hey, that was a very serious matter, and apparently the bad guy won. So, DD is just messing around because everyone wants to think the PA posse is sour. Ha, ha, ha. I like it. Gets me more excited about PA racing. All right, first call is in. We are on the show. Hello. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Chaz? I called you a couple of weeks ago. I was the guy talking to Kokomo with you. I just wanted to touch on this Danny Dietrich thing that
Yes.
you got going. Danny Dietrich is a fucking crybaby.
Well, that's I mean, that kind of is the image that Jacob made, but
it's kind of the image that Danny's made for himself. This ain't the fucking first time he's cried about something. Not even this year.
Right. Why do you think this took him over the edge?
Because he lost to a fucking kid who was driving monster trucks a year ago.
Oh, well, that's true. That is true. Well, but Danny could have had an excuse. He started in the back of the field. You would think that would be halfway. He could have had that personal excuse at least. He started, towards the back, 14th or 15th or something. I mean, just because the other guys couldn't beat him, I mean, doesn't mean that he couldn't have. Maybe if he got a late caution and got a good restart, he could have got to him. But, there's other excuses besides this wing scenario that, he could have thought about or referenced, especially when this wing scenario is just obviously disproven as bullshit.
I agree. I mean, I don't see where he's coming from. He complained last year during Ohio Speed Week. I forget about what, but I remember he was bitching about something, and then he was bitching that he was getting beat by Cap Henry every fucking night.
Is Cap Henry better than Danny Dietrich or something? I mean,
I don't know if that's an apples to apples comparison. I think Cap Henry's probably the best of the Ohio guys right now.
right.
If you put him on, if you put Cap Henry on an Ohio track against Danny Dietrich, I think you're going to have Cap Henry win every time, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I think if you put Dietrich on a Pennsylvania track with Cap Henry, you're going to have Dietrich win every time.
Yeah, somebody just said Danny needs a ginger kitty T-shirt. I should make an Amish kitty T-shirt. That would be better. Put like I'll put like a bag of fries with vinegar on it and a yingling.
That'd be fucking awesome.
That's an Amish. That's that says it. That's PA racing. But no. Somebody said Billy is the best Dietrich. It makes no sense to me. What the difference there? I mean, apples and oranges far from the tree. I mean, it's crazy how nice and gracious Billy is. Hello.
Look, I've never met him, so I don't know, and I don't speak on anyone's character because that's how fucking people start getting upset and angry with you.
Well, except you're okay speaking on Danny Dietrich's character.
I'm okay with calling him a crybaby because his Twitter posts and his social media posts paint him as a fucking crybaby.
Okay.
If you're gonna put that out there in the universe, then you need to expect it. If you don't want to be called a crybaby, don't cry like a fucking baby every time you fucking lose.
Right. Right, and that's what the photographer from PA was saying last night when I was on his show. And I mean, we're not always, all of us ain't always paying attention to the PA scene. And I feel like Danny Dietrich has some fan base that don't see that outside of PA just because, you know, he speaks his mind sometimes and it's good. You know, he's on the Dirt Vision little talk show and they hear him say some more, you know, average things and it sounds good. But, you know, it seems like if you're over there and you're paying attention to that scene or paying attention to Danny in particular, you see a bunch of outbursts, you know, of complaining.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, it could be, you know, I have seen clips from Dirt Vision. You know, he's like Dominic Selby. He's not afraid to speak his mind.
right.
But where Dominic Selby does it better is he's gracious in losing and he's gracious in winning. He's not an arrogant asshole. And he's straight up with you. I mean, it seems like Danny Dietrich only wants to be, you know, straight up when he's in victory lane. Every other time it's very much like that photographer was saying. Every time he loses, he's got something to bitch about. He's got a reason why.
It's selfish.
But exactly. And it's weird because I think
if he wasn't like that, he'd have probably the biggest fan base in the sport, you know.
Close to it. Close for sure, especially at least in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I feel like if Dominic, you're very nailing it on the head there, but the difference between Dominic and him, and I've had my issues with Dominic as well, but I've never had, you know, disrespectful, honorary kind of instances or issues or you know, non-giving a fuck. You know, like you said, it's kind of like graciousness. It's kind of just an element of being kind. That
right.
And it's like with him, it's not that he doesn't have, because some people are good just not saying anything and they can grow a fan base. It's like he has no kind in a way when things aren't working well for him. It's just, and it's so instant, it doesn't look good. So
exactly, yeah. And like you said, it is instant. Like the moment he loses, he's putting up pictures and like, dog, what are you fucking doing putting up pictures of wings on a half mile? Like,
and then they don't even add up. And then they don't even add
up.
up. That's the problem. It doesn't even add up, you know.
Exactly.
So
that'd be like me bitching last year that, you know, my buddy who races a micro, he was getting his ass handed to him every week up there at Logansport. We didn't fucking bitch. We were out there to have fun. We knew we were going to get out moneyed when he bought the fucking car. But guess what? We didn't fucking bitch about it. We shut the fuck up and we learned we turned our laps and we learned what we could. And that's all you can do.
Right.
If you're getting beat, learn why you're getting beat. Figure it out.
Right. Okay. Well, we do have some other missed calls. We'll try to see what some other people think of this scenario. I'm sure we'll run into a Dietrich fan, or maybe even Danny will call him in himself, and this could be really entertaining very quick. But it is what it is. I've already had Danny say to my face, "I'm the shit stirring little, making shit up that don't add up," and look at what's happening. So, but anyway.
Well, you have a good night. I'll continue to watch the video because you are entertaining as hell, even if you do stir shit.
Okay. Well, I at least I've always said if you don't stir the shit up, it burns. I feel like look at High Limit Outlaws, for instance. Like, it was so stale there for a period there, but after Volusia, and I came in there my first World Outlaw race and did the Ginger Kitty video and do all this content and get everything going again. They could say that's stirring the shit up, but the shit was stale. It was burning. Let's do some shit. Let's say some stuff.
On the outlaw side, it still is stale as fuck.
Yeah, I ain't went ever since I left stopped going with the outlaw races. Once again, yeah, everything's just quiet still. Kyle comes in there and makes everyone his bitch. Yeah, back to still. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you for calling.
I'll let you get back to other calls. Absolutely.
Yes. All right.
Yep.
Some people keep asking why I'm blocking Brian Hubert. So the last show we had on here, we had a really big audience. It was really entertaining. Brian Hubert and his group of little, I guess, Northern California friend bases started spamming the show in calls and using extremely offensive racial language, trying to basically get my channel shut down. That's basically the goal. I was told they were trying to get my show shut down and my channel shut down. So anytime, I'm sure he's got some click boys that are about to start calling. So be ready or warning if that gets to happening. Yeah, it was Hubert that made the call, buddy. I know how his voice sounds. I met him several times, talked to him on the phone several times. So if that happens again, we'll just start banning as many people as we could connect to the number. But anyway, we got a caller. Hello.
Chaz.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Okay. They're already trying to sabotage the show once again. So we will not take the 712. Lines are open. We'll start reading the comments. Let's see. We do not have any missed calls. I do feel he is sick of that car and is legit trying to find a way out without getting kicked out of his ride. Are you talking about Dietrich? Once again, lines are open, 423-616-7673. Closing in on the hour. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. Yeah, I'm not answering calls like that. We're going to instantly hang up. We're going to instantly block guys. Yeah, Hubert and his little clan, literally, it sounds like, can do whatever they want, but they ain't going to do it here. Okay, now they got more people they're trying to come. This Brian Hubert's a bad guy. I should submit some things on him. Because we do still have the footage from the other night. Where is your gloating World of Outlaw source now? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Gloating World of Outlaw source. You mean like Cody Jacobs? I don't know. I mean, they're at the next race, I'm assuming. FYI, if you block a user and they change their name, they will still be blocked. It's fine. I can at least kind of decipher who's real and who's not. So what's your prediction for Eldora, Chaz? Will it be a gravel sweep? I don't think it'll be a gravel sweep. I think Eldora brings some curveballs to the scenario. It is a different kind of track. I feel like you can move around Eldora a little better. It's going to be cold, though. Honestly, guys, I think you might be slipping at how good Donnie Schatz might do. I think Donnie's looking better than he has. I know we're not seeing W's, but Donnie Schatz in Eldora was very potent. 1S, yeah, Logan Schuchart, very, very potent. When is Gio going to break through? That could be this week as well. There's a lot of contenders. When you go to Eldora, I feel like it opens opportunities for other teams. Now, the only negative is that High Limit's not going to be racing. Or not going to be racing with the Outlaws, that is. High Limit's going to be racing, obviously, this week in the South at Texas Motor Speedway. Davey Hamilton Jr., I wish there was more drama and payment. You always have entertainment. Hope to have you at Vegas this year. So, of course, that's Davey Hamilton Jr. I believe did you just test the Indy car at the Indianapolis 500 here recently? Of course, Davey Hamilton. This is the son of Davey Hamilton from the IndyCar world. Davey Hamilton Jr., of course, one of the best pavement sprint car drivers in the country. We may actually be doing some pavement coverage this year at the Big H Speedway down in Houston. Had some huge World of Outlaws events back in the day, and I had no idea they were still running, but we met some of the people who run that facility at the South Texas Race Ranch in Corpus Christi, and they still have a really nice facility and are doing things. It is an asphalt track. Apparently, they got a big sprint car race coming up in July. Looking to partner with them on that. And I do think asphalt short track racing needs some glamour. I think if y'all got some more dirt guys in there, like Davey Hamilton Jr.'s race, I would be working right now trying to get like Tanner Holmes or Justin Sanders from the West Coast or get any of these premier dirt guys. I think it's a $50,000 to win event. Get any of these premier dirt guys, try to get them into the asphalt cars. And I think that's what's going to really sell that entity outside of y'all taking time to grow your stars, but that could take a very long duration of time to do so. Super Modifieds, yes, as well. Houston Raceway Park, yes, I believe that is the facility. Texarkana tomorrow. I don't want to speak on Texarkana. Obviously, we have our issues as to why we don't want to talk about that facility or event much. But I do think, in all honesty, it is a very good racetrack. It's a high bank, paperclip, quarter mile. So the racing action, if they race, which once again, we have our issues with the track, so they may be having themselves a against the Chaz scenario, we'll say. It always seems like anytime somebody comes after me, something bad happens to the racing events. But it doesn't look good for Texarkana. Honestly, the Friday event at Rocket Raceway Park, we are in discussion right now, that's the Power Eye show that is in between. So TMS has a Thursday and a Saturday night event for this week down there in Texas. Friday night, there's a Power Eye Elite Outlaw Series race. It's a 410 event. It is going to be at the Rocket Raceway Park. This is a very high-banked, big quarter mile, sweeping back, D-shaped, I'll call it, quarter mile. Going to be a hell of a race. I believe Tanner Thorson says he's going. I believe I saw Brent Marks is going to be there, Christopher Bell, and we are potentially cutting a deal, potentially to be in the booth Friday. Oh, my, oh, my. Of course, Race On is broadcasting the event. It used to be formerly known as Race On Texas. I do know the people who own the streaming service. And I'm not going to be coming in there to do the play-by-play, although I could come in there and do the play-by-play. But potentially Friday, we are potentially going to be doing some color commentary on the Rocket Raceway Park event that will have Christopher Bell and Tanner Thorson and everything. So I think that would be good. David Gravel, you have joined. I looked at all the David Gravel photos, and you don't have a cheater wing. Why, David? I think if you would have had the cheater wing on, you could have beat Kyle. David, you're here. I don't know if you've been paying attention to my content recently, but I have basically shed blood and tears the last 2 days in your ass starting on the Poet Jacksonville and allowing Kyle to come up there and blow our entire fucking field away, David. What the fuck? Do you have anything to say for yourself to allow Kyle Larson to come into your house? You're the only guy. Carson Macedo's on the front straightaway saying he's better than me. Now, David, I don't think you think that Kyle's better than you. Yeah, he get you one time. You got him last year, all that. But he was on the chip, David. He was on the Larson line. This new line that he learned how to drive at the shootout and then won the Chili Bowl on the cushion. Not right rear touching the cushion like traditional cushion riding abilities, but he's driving the car on the cushion now, even in the sprint cars. He's driving the car on the freaking cushion. Well, it's a new tool. And if you can't figure that shit out, anytime a track's on the wall now, you are fucked. He could have started 20th. He could have started a lap down. He would have won the race. Sprint car racing's depending on you to kick his ass, David. I can't run the Larson line, hard line. The hard line's a half groove lower. This is a new line. The hard line is old. The new Larson line is like the whole fucking car on the cush. I watched Carson Macedo follow his ass down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4 and watched Larson hit that groove, and he bitched out and went low. And the whole field followed Carson. Y'all all watched him drive by you. You all watched him drive by you, David. You were trying to, that's not what I do. So you're one-dimensional now. Okay, so now the Larson Knights have even more proof, David. He can just do all these different things and run everywhere on the... Okay, fine. Well, like I said on my show, I'm going to stop believing that you are just as good as Kyle because he continuously is proving to me that you're not. Okay, you're admitting it. You can't do what he does. All right, we're fucked. Where's Christopher Bell? Hurry up and get going. We got to have somebody to beat his ass because David's out. David's out, admitting it live. All right, let's see who's going to call. Is it some guy going to scream and yell? Hello.
Hello? Chaz,
Yes.
what's going on, man? Okay. Anybody wants to talk shit about Kyle versus Gravel, let's go.
What about it?
Okay.
Gravel's listening to you, so...
All right. How did Gravel do last week?
Kyle Larson smoked their ass.
Yeah. How did Gravel do last week?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for calling in, sir. We'll talk to somebody else. Hold on. I think we got an actual call here, not whatever that was. Although that was from the other number that was yelling. So I'm going to start centering around a certain area code. This is what's honestly wrong with the dirt track fan base. It's a bunch of drunks, I'm telling you. Y'all are slammed on a Tuesday night. What are y'all doing with yourselves? He ain't even coming back. But hold on. David did respond. Hold on. He was knocking the wall down, and I beat him on the bottom. Are you saying that's how it worked at Jacksonville last year? I mean, and honestly, he wasn't even running the same line this year as he was at Jacksonville last year. I don't know. Like I said, I really think he added a new tool to the toolbox with the shootout where he's driving the car on the cushion, and he did the same thing at the Chili Bowl. That's a new thing for him now. He's driving the car like that now. So it's a new tool, and y'all are behind now, big time. Got one calling in. It's not the same area code. Could be the same result. Hello, you're on the show.
How's it going, Chaz?
How is it going?
Going pretty good. I think we need to give Hubert one more chance. It wasn't him.
No. So another one is gone. The Hubert people are begging, but I'm not the dirt track racing world. I'm not just going to let you come and race after you say the N-word like we did Kyle. It's not happening. Try to shut me down. Chaz is behind on cold snacks. No woke promotion yet. In all of my years being the voice of the world of outlaws, David Gravel is the worst. Wow, Johnny Gibson getting upset here at David. Although we know it's fake. We know it's fake, right? Jefferson State grown, yee. Outlaws got nothing on high limit. No, that's not true. See, that is not true. Fortunately or unfortunately, just because Kyle Larson's an anomaly. I mean, I guess he is on the high limit roster, so that does add to it. But Kyle, what he can do versus the rest of the roster is different. Now, at Knoxville, I do think you're going to have a situation where, if they can outbest the Outlaws at Knoxville in some more elitist events, then they're going to look like they're better. But I still think that the high limit roster is 85% to the 100 of the World of Outlaws. All right, we're answering a call without y'all having the audio to see if we can somewhat cipher these calls. Hello.
Chaz, first time caller, long time listener.
Are you sure? Are you sure? We're getting berated by psychopaths on the West Coast, but you're an actual caller.
West Coast, real caller, not a West Coast psychopath. Just a guy driving through the great state of Wisconsin.
Okay, you're from Wisconsin, so you're in Spike territory. You're probably drinking the hell out of Leinenkugels. Do we have one of those things? There's no more left. We had some. We had some of the summer shandy.
I am actually almost to the former brewery site, believe it or not, but no beer in hand.
Okay. Usually y'all get really wasted in Wisconsin.
Proudly so, but tonight is not the night.
Okay, what's going on?
I want to talk to you about the growth of the sport. I just saw, I'm a racing fan. I see NASCAR doing the whole spiel with Cletus McFarland.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously bringing new eyeballs, maybe old eyeballs to the sport. Like, that's good for NASCAR. Can Dirt do something like that? Like, why aren't these series trying to bring in influencers to promote these
I was
events?
bitching about this the other night, though. I was bitching about this the other night because you have Kyle sponsored by Prime. You literally have You have
Where's
Jake,
Logan
you
Paul
have Jake
and his
Paul.
brother?
Hold on. Yeah, you have Jake Paul, who a few years ago, after doing one of the boxing matches, he literally got up there and said, "Oh, I don't know if I want to do boxing. I might want to do NASCAR or something." And I remember tweeting at him when he said that and said, "Hey, if you want to go to NASCAR, that's where the bitches in asphalt are. If you want to go do some real racing, we got these sprint cars over here." This was before high limit and everything. But you would think that Kyle, with that relation, oh, thank you, sir. Oh, we have a summer shandy delivered right on time. First drink of the night. First drink of the night. But you have an opportunity here where you have a direct connection with the promoter of the series, with Kyle. If Logan wants to do it, maybe his schedule's too much, or if Jake Paul, even if they come out and do a Travis Pastrana deal just to try it out. Obviously, we're capable. We saw that with Travis Pastrana, that we're capable now with the high limit series of putting people in these cars for any kind of, because that was the same type of deal. Travis Pastrana didn't run a race. It was all for him getting some hot laps. They filmed it and promoted it and tried to get some eyes with it. Why not do that with Jake Paul or Logan Paul, who would probably be kind of up to really doing it?
No, I completely agree. And remember when Odell Beckham Jr. wore that Donnie Shot shirt working out like 2 or 3 years ago and Twitter lost its mind?
Yeah.
Like, where was the Outlaws' effort in trying to bring these top athletes to have some type of, experience at a track? I mean, I get it. It'd be hard to bring them out to the Texarkanas of the world. It's in the middle of nowhere, but there are some tracks that are still close to these bigger cities where they can be creative with the activations. I don't know. I just feel like you go to these races, whether in the middle of nowhere, in Wisconsin, wherever, you see a bunch of older people and you don't see younger people in their 20s with their buddies getting drunk, drinking Leinenkugels. It's the old crowd. And it makes me wonder, like, if we're not getting creative with influencers, it's in the influencer world, the sport's going to lose eyeballs. And we're like at a point in time where we got to hit the gas pedal on this stuff. Otherwise, we're going to be SOL.
Yeah, I think, and that's the sad part is they do play. It seems like the system does play off of the old generation money. It doesn't seem like it wants to live on anything else but that. It ain't really trying any new marketing ideas or anything. It's throwing up Facebook ads and billboards on the side of the road, and it's like, That's not what engages young people to attend a race for 45 or 50 fucking dollars. Like, I mean, and it's all about streaming. Well, guess who's sitting at home and can't go to the fucking racetrack and watch a streaming most of the time? It's the older people, you know? So
Right.
it ain't young people. The young people, your threat for young people is the nightclubs and the concerts and everything else that fucking happens on a Friday and Saturday night. You know, female attendance is huge for most young men. You know, most of the time you go to the bar or the club, it ain't because you love listening to music and dancing. You're hoping to hook up with somebody or, you know, I'm just saying that's the
Right.
truth, you know? I mean, so, I mean, we lack a female audience to draw in the bucks, and then we don't do anything else to even draw in people, period, in any innovational style of way, at least. I had the idea, I pushed it a few times to like Flow and Dirt Vision. If you're really trying to push this sport and you want to use Flow and Dirt Vision to do it, why don't you have a representative that goes around to all the, like, you know, why aren't you trying to make a deal, for instance, like with B&J's restaurant or one of these chains or Outback Steakhouse and dedicate one TV to Flow Sports that plays it all the time, or Dirt Vision, and you have a deal where you're dedicating the Saturday night events to be broadcasted live in these certain venues, and then you're able to at least promote the sport from the streaming aspect. Then you do like a business to business deal where they pay a little money, and now you're in all their stores, and now that's being shown to all these people when you're out eating at Chili's or Applebee's. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities, but
Right.
but
And
you
like
just
the
don't
week
see
before,
anything like this. I think that's what you're saying. You just don't see any of it happening.
no, there's zero creativity. And like to your point, like let's say Flow, Dirt Vision, they have this, you know, deal where they're streaming the races, this local bar or regional bar, chain of restaurants, whatever you want to call it. Maybe 2 weeks before the series High Limit Outlaws are in town, they have a pop-up where, you know, souvenir trailer and a car is there, and people who are attending this restaurant for the next 2 weeks before the race is in town, they get a half-off ticket and, like, a pair of freaking earplugs and, like, goggles so that they can go to their first race.
But they do that. That is I was about to say that. That's probably the only thing that they do, and it seems like it's the car drivers and their teams that do it. They do go, like, you'll see Logan Shehart
that's like on a Saturday. That's like the Saturday afternoon at Napa Auto Parts, the day of the race. It's not built out weeks ahead.
Right.
As a true marketing campaign, it's like a one-off activation. So I don't know. There seems to be more creativity there. You think of this whole NIL world, right, where these college athletes get paid to do ambassador deals all the time. Like, why aren't these series dabbling in that? To, like, try to tap into that 18 to 24-year-old audience who's following this college star. Like, why can't Arch Manning promote the dirt races at Texas Motor Speedway, and he's gonna be there?
I said that. I said that to High Limit. You're at Texas Motor Speedway. How is it so hard to get like a fucking backup quarterback from the Cowboys to be the grand marshal and wave the flag? What the fuck's Tony Romo doing? You know, I mean,
right?
Get some people there. Get something going. I don't get it. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Look at motocross, and people like to compare us to NASCAR all the time. There's so many steps we could improve from NASCAR. Like there's Supercross, there's monster trucks, there's cross country shit. There's so many different sports and genres of motorsport that is in between NASCAR and us. And it's like anytime we start to progress at all, like the interstate batteries deal on the 69K. Okay, we get one mainstream sponsor and everybody loses their mind because the paint scheme changes.
It's not light blue.
Yeah, they're mad. This is NASCAR coming in. This is what's going to ruin the sport. You know, it's like we got to get over that shit. We can't be that stupid about it. You know.
Right. But what is Interstate Batteries doing to bring in the 25-year-old and a group of his friends that have never been to a dirt race before?
Oh, that's true. I mean, funding for the teams can be halfway important to be able to market. You know, most of these, I said it forever, you know, the promotional groups, you know, Tanner Homes exists because of failed promotional groups in the sport. You know, they're having, all these drivers are having to get famous on their own because the promoters of the industry are failing them. That's disgusting in my opinion. But it usually comes down to money. Like, why do you want to promote yourself? Well, hopefully if I promote myself, get big, I can get more sponsors, more this, more that, more other, where it should be all working together, technically. But, for instance, like the interstate battery deal, I'll like it if it's on the car all the time. Like I heard the Ryan Smith car is going to go back to the blue. Well, that's not necessarily helping the team. That's helping Chris Bell. I heard that it may still be on there for Darren Pittman. But, like, if they're flipping this car like this is C. Bell and Darren Pittman's, this is the, like, national car scheme, and they're not funding the actual local team as well, and it's not a full conglomerate move, then I kind of have some issues because that's elitism. That's imperialism in a way. But I don't know. I think the best thing out of it, even if that's not the case, is that we're at least got a little mainstream car and interaction with the sport. And maybe that can align some other mainstream partners. And mainstream partners are most of the time what funds those partnerships that get you out at a facility and promoting upcoming events and stuff like that, because they're a part of funding it to make it happen. They're a part of the marketing game plan.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it's not just a one-off race deal, and it is a full-fledged campaign. Did they do anything last year with the Hassey driver at all, or was it just straight-up sponsorship?
I mean, it is a complete, like, copycat of the Hassey paint scheme. I mean, that's for sure.
Feels like it.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, we'll put it back on the screen. That's the paint scheme for the Bell car, and then that's the paint scheme of the McKenna Hassey vehicle. I mean, it's pretty much verbatim the same. Hold on, it's a little big on the screen, but it's pretty much verbatim the same with the traditional logo on the wing and then the lettering on the side of the hood. I mean, that's pretty damn close. I guess McKenna Hassey opted for a black hood, but where did that go? That didn't necessarily help, did it? I mean, that didn't help. I mean, where is she at now? I don't know. Is she doing that American Ninja Warrior deal again or what?
No, she went to the pavement side.
Oh, well, bye-bye. I mean, you got Davey Hamilton Jr. in here asking we need the Dirt World promotion. You know, and he's the best asphalt sprint car driver we know of right now. So,
yeah, that'd be a cool deal if some dirt guys joined up the open wheel showdown or whatever in Vegas. That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
I've told Davey that for a few years. Get with some of these dirt guys. It don't even matter. Just get Danny Dietrich's ass out there into a pavement sprint car. You just got all of Pennsylvania to buy and watch and go to Vegas maybe. You know, that's the quickest way, I would think. But regardless, I agree with what you're saying. I think it's right. I don't know why the sport's lacking the promotion, but it is something I bitch about it. Continue to plan on bitching about it until it changes.
Yeah, because if they don't evolve, it's going to catch up. It might not be 3 years from now, but as the next generation cycles out, it's going to be a problem, and no one, interstate batteries included, likes to see empty stands. So the industry as a whole needs to really, take a hard look at itself and think, how can we be more creative in this space? Otherwise, we're going to get left behind. I mean,
well, and I do think it would be I don't want to say it's easy, but it sounds kind of maybe a little work and a little opportunity and a little trying from the Kyle Larson camp that you could easily get one of those Paul brothers in a fucking sprint car. I just see that as just too. It just looks like he's taking pictures with Logan Paul at the WrestleMania. I mean, there was a picture of him and Caitlyn with Logan Paul. You can't whisper in his ear, "Hey, you want to run a sprint car or something?"
Or what about Shane Gillis doing a stand-up show the Thursday before a weekend at the Grove or something like that? That would bring new people to the track that have never been there.
Well,
maybe
that
not
would cost,
TA, but somewhere else.
Maybe like Chico, that one. They got the money; they'll make money on it. So why not try that?
Or somewhere in Texas, and he has his friends Rogan. All the Rogan crowd comes out. That could work.
TMS is a great facility. There's a lot of opportunity to pull some of this shit off, and I don't know why.
Right. I agree.
But I said from day one, this is the problem with High Limit, is I think that NASCAR knows how good our product is, and Tony really didn't shy away from this. I think that they know we are a threat. They took over IndyCar racing very quickly. They did it in a span of about 5-6 years. And they know that there is opportunity. There's a reality where a kind of small regional type of motorsport can all of a sudden just rise up and take over the biggest motorsport in the country, because they did that to IndyCar racing. Now, it was big. NASCAR was kind of big in the Southeast and all that. It was, but it was never number one until it took over IndyCar racing. And the same thing can be said with MMA. You know, UFC was kind of nothing. Boxing was something for fucking ever. Yep. And within a time period of about 8 to 10 years, MMA took over the fighting game. And so I think NASCAR knows that. I'm not saying there's some full conspiracy here, but I do think that NASCAR sees dirt racing as a threat. And I'm not so sure if that alliance of NASCAR with Flow and that alliance with NASCAR, Flow, and High Limit, and Kyle's obvious alliance with NASCAR, that's his bigger piggy bank, could hinder these types of scenarios that we're talking about. Because it's like, when we're all, everybody's sitting here, I don't think there's one person watching the show right now shaking their head no when we're suggesting these fucking things. It does sound kind of like, why isn't this happening? Now, because we have no answers, we kind of have to start speculating these types of ways. Is there bigger entities controlling it, keeping it as a controlled opposition, making sure it doesn't get too big, making investments into it so it can control its growth? Possible.
Possible, or at least having the right conversation so that something like that is happening in NASCAR's favor.
I just don't think it would be in NASCAR's favor if sprint car racing got huge, because now all your drivers.
No, I'm saying they're having the conversations to keep sprint car racing where it is and not let it be a rival.
Right, because if it gets big, think about it. I mean, the only benefit is that it's not on the same time frame as NASCAR, so you could work together. But once again, racing's an egotistical sport. Everybody wants to be the best. That includes promoters, track owners, organizations. They want to be number one. You know, and NASCAR isn't swinging hard enough, or sprint car racing, in my opinion, isn't swinging hard enough to win that fight. But the younger people is the issue. I mean, because, and that's the only reason I like doing TikTok or posting to TikTok is YouTube, Facebook, it's all 35 plus pretty much. You got some 25 to 35, but the 18 to 24 bracket on TikTok, it's like the other way around. It's like 18 to 24 is the number one age range. And here on Facebook and YouTube, it's all 30, 25 plus at least. But it's mainly 35 to 45. So, and
do you feel like the TikTok videos, do you feel like the TikTok content that gets put out is more like the gimmicky, like playing on trends versus like the true promotion, like come out to the event and see something that you've never seen before?
I just put the same content on there as I do everywhere else. I think what it is media acceptance. You know, I mean, I'm 37 now. I don't have any desire to listen to the radio to hear a baseball game. You know, I want to watch it on the television, you know, and I mean, I'll use the phone to watch stuff, but I'd rather watch this content or that content on a side plane. Really, it's the horizontal instead of the vertical aspect ratio. We want to see it on that wide angle lens, where I feel like the younger kids in that 18 to 24, television and stuff, or that kind of angle or aspect of watching or consuming media is almost like listening to a baseball game on the radio for us. It's not really the way I consume content. You know, I just don't have no desire. So I think that the newer age people are used to consuming content. The 18 to 24-year-old
doesn't even have cable.
Yeah, they don't have cable.
The 18 to 24-year-old doesn't even have cable.
Yeah, they watch everything they want to on their phone. And the phone, sometimes, you know, even though we like to turn it sideways to watch a video, most people are just like to hold it in their hand and look and scroll and, you know, watch. So I think that's a bigger playing factor.
Yeah, and to my point from the beginning, right? Like the industry has to find ways to figure out who these 18 to 22-year-olds that are who are they watching on their phone, and how can that person lead them to a local short track or dirt track or their first high limit or outlaw race. Like if these executives aren't thinking that way, then they need to need to find a new job.
And the other thing is, streaming only exists on the existing fan base. That's
exactly.
How
my friends who are in their mid-20s, if I took them to their first dirt race at Deer Creek in Minnesota, they guaranteed to have a good time. Great facility, great show, good beer. They are not going to pay the hundreds of dollars to watch the next race on a streaming service, regardless of how much fun they had.
Yeah, they're not about to drop 150 to keep up with it.
No, not at all.
No.
But if you can keep finding creative ways to get them back to the next race that's in the area, maybe they'll be wanting to spend the $150 to keep up with it.
And see, all other sports did it the smart way. You know, when you're in a growth pattern, your first goal is to fill up the stadium, and then you fill up the eyes on a stream or something. And we're working backwards in a way. We're more focused, it seems like, in our media and marketing on getting more people to watch it with their eyes. I mean, look at the fucking Kokomo race with the midgets on Sunday. There was no one there. But they're still having it. It's still funded because people are sitting at home and watching it. You know, so we're operating opposite.
Yeah.
Now, NASCAR does that, but they have and this is why dirt racing is somewhat at the knees and begging for all these sponsors, and why sponsors can run the politics is because NASCAR's somewhat in the same boat, but that's because they have sponsors that control their funding. You know, their teams, the broadcasts, all these things is funded by sponsorship. So the sponsorships can control you. And that's what's happening in the dirt world on a small firm basis. And I think sometimes some of these sponsors and people who are so influential due to their funding of some things, they don't want the sport to get bigger. Because if the sport got bigger in popularity-wise, the tracks and the series and everything could make so much money off the natural funding of the fan base that they don't need to sponsor. They could tell them to fuck off. You know, and some of these people have some very big power because their sponsorship dollars keeps things going. And they may not want to relinquish that.
Yeah.
You know, so
Or I mean, on the other side of that, like if it is expanded enough where the viewership is there, like the increased value behind the product increases, and like you have more leverage against that existing sponsor. Be like, hey, your $20,000 a year deal isn't cutting anymore. We need $120,000.
Right. Yeah. You can up it if you have the power of the people. You know, so you got to.
If you have the power, right? Leverage is everything there, and when you're offering that scenario, that means you have 3 other businesses waiting to be that sponsor versus one golden egg.
Right. Exactly. But it's all about the marketing, the promotion to even get you there, to even get close, to even maybe have that conversation. And that part right now is all missing. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, it needs to evolve, that's for sure. I'm with you on that.
Well, you're going to have a hell of a time. I do plan on hitting all those damn speed weeks up there in Wisconsin. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see 141. I know Deer Creek and Mississippi Thunder have wing races this year. It's going to be pretty fucking crazy up there.
Yeah, Deer Creek's badass. Yeah, that's one hell of a week. The first part of June, where it's High Limit has that midweek swing, and then the Outlaws come in
Plymouth
afterwards. So, yep. Yeah, I'm hoping to catch the Angel Park show on Sunday with the Outlaws, and maybe a midweek deal with High Limit that week. All depends on life. But yeah, we kind of missed out on the swing last year, so it's good to see a swing coming back to Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well, I got to pee, and we're going to take a break and get another caller in here, but I want to thank you for calling in.
Yes, sir. Keep it up, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Wisconsin's always nice, guys. It's always nice, but I don't know if it's as nice as the Birdman. Is it as nice as the Birdman? Is it as nice as the Birdman? We're going to wait. It's not as nice as the late model Princess. We'll be right back with some more calls. We do have to pee. I know we're going to lose all of our viewers. And we will be right back with more as we go tinkle. I'm just trying to piss these rednecks off. Anyways, we'll be right back. Here's the Late Model Princess. Enjoy.
Sails, yeah. Oh man, with that body riding. Late model princess, yeah. We don't play around, yeah, that ain't no doubt. We just send it in the corner, live, live it out. No, them Fender girls don't understand it all, yeah. Ain't no hesitate. We just make it, babe. Paint them cushions in those corners. No, it isn't safe. But for my sake, will you save it all? Cause you'll do the same to my heart, yeah. Late model princess got me going crazy. Yeah, she got them wings and never wing it down. Late model princess, yeah, she makes me listen when they're dirty. Yeah, they got you hot and bottom. Late model princess, yeah. Oh man, with that body riding. Late model princess, yeah. See, I like that Dan, you know what you are, I know what I am. You a little late model star, now I'm a spring car man. You float the middle size, I'ma take your time and blow it. I'm a little bit of ghetto with that, send it then you'll know it. And I gotta get it going now, gotta catch me that eye. My mode is always fly or die. It's all the seize the moment's time, but while the clock keeps ticking by, you keep on talking on my mind. I'm gone to play.
That old Late Model Princess, buddy. Oh, my, we are rolling right into it. We're rolling right into it. Late Model Princess, yeah. Oh, man, with that body riding. I think that's how it goes, right? Oh, man. All right, we got the caller in here. Are you there? Or did you just hang up because you're scared?
Oh, no, we're here.
Oh, no, I already know where this is from. What do you want to say?
What? I just want to say that wing on Togerson's car was definitely damaged. I don't think there was any advantage going there, but I think the insides were pretty damn damaged where it added some disc to the center at speed for sure.
Okay.
Also, I have nothing to do with nobody calling in and just dropping the N-word on your damn show, man.
Uh-huh.
And you need to take your damn sticker off.
Oh, God. Look at them. They just want to ruin the show, guys. Now we got another number to block. Jeez. Anybody want to call in? Not as good as the Macedo song. Do we go to the Macedo song until we get our next caller? Do we? Do we turn the lights on and turn the Macedo song on until we get our next caller? We're waiting for our next caller. We'll be playing the Carson Macedo song. Hold on. Is it in here? Everybody loves the Macedo song. Everybody does love the Macedo song. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, no. There it is.
And they growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, looking to sink with my torpedo. I'm just a lap car trying to survive. Running in the back, fearing my life.
Wait for that next caller, guys.
Cause there's a black and 2041 guy adding to the junk in the field with some white on white crimes. Or is it 99 maybe? I don't give a damn, but the bank statement's lately adding up through the junk that the crazy man's making. Reckon her, reckon him, non-binary maybe, who knows? If I don't like him, I slide him. Black Carson Macedo, they growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, looking to sink with my torpedo.
Remodel Howell got to do it.
Carson Macedo. And I don't know where we go from here and what we think
We
about
already
it.
go deep on the
But
wing
seems
gate?
to me,
Somebody
you
asked
gotta
that.
be about it. Time for talking speed.
Yeah, we went from the beginning of the show. If you want to rewind it and watch it, we did talk about the wing gate. Guys. We did talk about the wing gate. Mad Puerto Rican wants the Macedo song. It's playing. I believe the Macedo song's playing. Can you confirm? Are you watching?
and they get to finally feel like Carson Macedo.
Yeah, it's playing, guys.
Like Carson Macedo.
Dietrich and Allen plan to talk tomorrow about the situation. Oh my! On the show, on the Dirt Vision show. There's a DD update, we're being told. Hold on, we may have breaking news. Oh my, here we go. We actually do have breaking news here on the show. Here we go. Apparently he's responding to that caller we had a minute ago, guys. Okay, I went through some of the comments from the fans, the haters, and the other people in the sprint car world. I'm not crying one fucking bit. I got beat fair and square by Chase and Ashton and ran third. That's my fault for being slow in time warm-ups. Saturday, we had bleeder problems and didn't find it until Sunday at BAPS before the race. That kind of shit really does happen in racing, so it's not really an excuse. It's what happened. So, being upset about running third and ninth, nah, that happens more often than not. It's called racing, not winning. I will explain everything tomorrow around 8:30 a.m. here on my personal Facebook and answer as many questions from viewers as I can for a little while. Please tune in. Even you, Jacob Allen. Jacob Allen says he would, no problem, would love to talk about it. I'm interested to hear what you think of these things. I won't be around at 8:30. I'll be around later in the day. So a big response from, I don't know, is backtracking a word for this? I mean, is it a word? Why put the picture? Why do what you do? Why do what you say? I mean, if it's planned, if this is constructed cinema, it's great. This is awesome. If it was intentional to do all this, I mean, maybe Jacob Allen and Danny are having conversation. I mean, I would do it. Me and Kyle have been doing it for 10 years on y'all's ass. No, I'm just playing. But any reaction to Danny Dietrich's backpedaling? I'm going to consider that's what this is. Backpedaling remarks here. Because he didn't really, I guess he's going to explain everything tomorrow as to why he made a post. Maybe he's just going to say, we were playing y'all. He's going to try to I mean, this is already a backtrack in my opinion. That's already a backtracking comment. That's already a backtracking post. Double D is the go to PA. Bring back the dish wings and get rid of the wicker bill. If Larson was in the 1A, would he run the wall? Jacob was so fake the other night. Let's see what Clark from Canada has to say. Danny going to tear you a new one. Dead face. Chaz, please get drunk and smoke. These are my responses to this. Unbelievable. Somebody said it normally. Somebody said, sounds like a drunk guy. Dank Dank said, it's called crying. Danny D is the man. Not Brian too. Backpedaling. Enjoy your 3-month season. Tyler Brooks said, Danny will be tanked on his show and ready to argue. Why is that so revealing right now? Interesting. Little D scared to call in. Wow. I didn't say he was scared to call in. Somebody is calling right now. It could be bad.
Hello?
Hello. Who is this?
This is Tanner.
Tanner
Johnson.
Okay.
Out of Cali.
Okay. So,
How's it going?
It's going.
I just wanted to talk about the wings, I think that's what the topic is tonight, and I think it'd be
if we can stay on it, if we can, yeah, that would be cool.
I think we can. No, I don't know. I've been watching for a long time. I think we can keep a conversation going.
Okay.
So if you just pull up one of those wings, I mean, who is it? Weaver? If I could see that one again.
Yeah, the Weaver one was a normal guy's kind of wing that's just in the trailer somewhere. Let me get it up there.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can just pull that up. All right, good boy. No, I'm just kidding. But
yeah, you could tell he's a part of the Hewitt group.
Yeah, I'm not a part of Hugh. I don't know who that is.
You've been trained. Yeah. It's good. Continue.
Okay. No, you see
They hung up. Wow. He hung up. Interesting. I was letting him go. I guess not. I mean, we'll keep it on the screen in case he calls back. We'll see. Hello?
Oh.
Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah,
okay, so it sounds like it is. How's it going, man? You want to have some hot sex over the phone?
Oh, my God. Unbelievable. This is what you get. This is like Troll 3.0. So he wanted to see something originally. I'm not sure what, but yeah, we'll just go on to the next caller. I guess it's sometimes better to just put the chat on the screen, and it's at least controlled unless you get some people in here. Callie ruining the show again. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It is pretty sad. Does anybody else want to call in and talk about this or no? It is kind of an early show, I guess, although it's only an hour and 45 minutes. Broke Joe probably does have extenuous understanding of the wings. I'm going to give him one shot. I'm going to, because I have talked to Broke Joe about these wings. And he does know about these wings. So let's see. Going to try to restart this text now real quick to clear out the system. But let's see if we can. This is bad. Hold on. Log out. All right, there we go. We're trying to reset the system. The California people destroyed it, as usual. But we're trying to get a OG Californian to revive it. That's what we're attempting to do. Oh, you can turn that on. That's fine. It's not big. The mic's good. Let's see. Midnight Joe. Well, see, he's on the West Coast, so it's 8:30 there. You know, that's why we do have an opportunity, I think, to maybe get through to Joe. It is only 8:30 in California. We want Rich Joe, not Broke Joe. Rich Joe got put in timeout. We're going to have to play something while we're waiting here. We could play the new song, Because I'm Bad. Oh, my.
There's always more than one.
Let's see. We're still trying to reset the system here because the California people broke it. The young California people, which there's a lot of them that's wrong with that. Or a lot of them that are wrong. The young California people have no respect, no care. Let's see here. We'll give Broke Joe one call. That's what we're doing right now. As the I'm Bad plays, we're going to give Broke Joe one call to talk about the top wings because he has built wings before. It is ringing right now. We're going to see if Broke Joe comes through or not. No Broke Joe. It doesn't surprise me, though. We're trying.
Google Fi Wireless subscriber.
Somebody said you got to give credit to DD props for hopping out to get a driver. Okay. Yeah, in a way that's good, but in a way that's not. Hold on. Looks like we do have a caller. I think we got one. We'll see if he stays on for long or not. Hello. Oh, God. Apparently not, guys. I'm sorry. This is what's wrong with the Brian Huberts of the world. This is all Brian Hubert. This is what he does. This is why people like him but stay away from him. And I have learned to distance. All right, we'll give it one more. We'll mute this stuff until we vet them. How about that? Oh, hello. Who is? Oh God, I can already tell. They are clowns. At least I can learn area codes decently well. Trolls for life. Keep calling. Why would we want to entertain these people? These people is correct. That's why women won't go to dirt tracks. Yes, this is why. Hello, 712.
Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who is it?
Well, I'm not on the chat, but I'm just calling about.
What are we talking about? Larson here, or what are we talking about?
Oh,
I want to
God.
get on the subject.
I want to get on the subject of Ricky Thornton Jr.
Okay. You want to get on the subject of Ricky Thornton Jr. Who are you? Where are you from?
Yeah. Well, my name's Terry, and I'm from Iowa.
Okay, a normal part of the world at least. That's halfway okay.
Well, kind of. I don't know if it's normal, but it's close.
Well, they do so much crop dusting for the corn and soybeans, you get the leftovers.
Well, there you go. I get that. I've been watching Ricky Thornton for a long time, and even the IMCA World used to go to Boone all the time, and to see him progress the way he has, he's the number one driver in the world right now in late models. Do you agree or disagree?
And he is. And I've said this. I said it to Kyle. I said it to Tony Stewart. He is the Dale Senior of our time period. He really is.
I agree.
And you know, Dale Senior and the Tony Stewart's. Tony Stewart was a NASCAR young gun at 28.
Yeah.
You know. And when I say he's a Dale Senior, he may even be better than Dale because Dale had his daddy helping him out and all that. And I'm not saying Ricky's dad didn't help him, but Ricky Thornton Jr. threw a fucking IMCA modified on a flatbed and raced his way. He went straight to the Dakota Tour. What's that swing y'all got up there? The Dakota Tour or the Dakota Tour, and like sweep the whole fucking tour, and then went to IMCA country and won everything there, and then got a late model shot. And there ain't nobody doing that. He ain't Bobby Pierce, 12 years old and a super. You know,
no.
Bobby
And
Pierce
to
got
see
things
him-
handed to him in some aspects, where Ricky Thornton Jr. had to fucking race his way there.
And to see him, I've watched him in when he came to Iowa. You know, I'm more around the like Park Jefferson. I don't know if you know where that is.
I just looked up your
Iowa.
area code to make sure you're not from California, but yeah, you are on the you're on the Beatrice, Nebraska area, the Stewart Speedway, or you said Park Jefferson. That's way
Park
up there,
Jefferson,
but
Interstate Speedway.
There's some areas around there. Yeah, of course. I was at Park Jefferson for the COVID race, the first sporting event back
were
from
ya?
COVID. Yes, I was there. I was for that. It was pretty crazy, but
Yeah, and they revamped that, and it would be. You should come back and see it now. It's way different. It's a lot nicer. Wade and Amy Becker that bought that, they have done phenomenal to that racetrack. And to have, I'd love to see late models there. Even sprint cars, I'd like to see one time, but late models, I'd like to see Ricky come back there and race because he's been there and raced and won.
that's also where that big stock car event's held over in y'all's area, Clinton County, or what's it called? Or
Yeah, I think
Ricky
it is
won a
Clinton
race
County.
there. Ricky won it. I think it was like a 25, 30,000 to win IMCA stock car race last year.
Yep, he did. He did win that big race, and everybody was complaining about, oh, that's illegal, this ain't. They tore that car down. There was nothing wrong with that car, even the engine.
Right.
And it was a brand new car.
Well, at least
brand new. Never even seen the dirt.
Right. But you've s'een him grow up from that area, that time period. By the way, I did go to the Super Nationals for the first time ever last year.
What'd you think of that?
Dude, it was like 4 chili bowls in one that Saturday night.
Yeah,
It was
back
was
in the
insane.
day. It was a lot. Back in the day, if you would have came back in my day, I think I started going to the races in 98, 99. I think the first time I ever went there was probably 2001 with an old friend of mine. Man, I couldn't even. I can't say it what it was, but it was crazy, really crazy, especially after the races.
I'm sorry. There's a guy in the comments saying I cheated on my wife, and then I've slept with many young men. Austin Blair wants to know, where was I January 6, 2021? I think I was in PA. But regardless, no, the Super Nationals. Did you hear about the Super Natty Snapchat from the Boone Super Nationals?
Oh yeah. They got a lot of them out now, but yeah, I was on that. I haven't won to Boone
So
for a
then
long time.
So there was, for those who don't know what the Super Natty is, and it's the only reason I came there, because the Super Natty started messaging me because he heard I didn't go out there until Thursday or something. But I guess whoever ran the Super Natty heard that I was in Knoxville and thinking of coming. And then the Super Natty guy was like, hey, man, come on. He started personally snapping me. He wanted me to send dick pics or something to put. So this is what happened. So there was a guy who ran a Snapchat at the Boone Super Nationals. And his entire Snapchat storyline was titties and ass and girls basically getting naked at the Super Nationals. And it was all day, every day.
Yeah,
and even though everyone publicly, it's kind of like porn in a way. Like everyone publicly doesn't really acknowledge it, but it's like the #1 viewed movie in the world. Like you don't see a billboard like watch porn tonight, but you see Batman and shit. Not everybody's watched Batman, but they've all kind of seen porn. It's like the most famous movie in the world. But this is what happened, and they even mentioned it on IMCA TV and shit. They the announcers were acknowledging this. This is how popular this got. And I came up there on my first day, and I was like, I'm here to whoop the Super Natty's ass. And me and him were joking, but you know, I was like, I came there to beat up Super Natty, and he was going to introduce me to these girls. Now, I don't know what happened after that. I got drunk. You know, she said she was, 22. I'm going to believe her. But anyway, no, I'm just kidding. But come Saturday night, I actually did get to meet some gracious people. Had some interesting conversations with Matt Crafton, and was hanging out with the Drury gang. And, some people knew who I was. The Fender world knows who I am, but it's not as prevalent as the sprint car world. But, it was cold, though, the first couple nights.
It does.
And
it does get cold.
It can
rainy
be cold.
Sometimes,
I heard it could be 100 degrees. It could be either one, so.
It can. It's an up and down type of year. Did it rain at all when you were there?
It had chances, but I think it never did. It just was cold.
Well, when it rains, they're still racing because I get a jet dryer there, and it's just the coolest thing you ever see.
It's the only dirt track with a jet dryer.
Yes.
And it's actually a premier facility in a lot of aspects as far as having a jet dryer, as far as able to have thousands of campers and thousands of cars. It is premier in that aspect. Having a catwalk. They got a catwalk at this track. Like you have a front grandstand and then you have a little back grandstand, but the rest of the track is surrounded by a catwalk that goes around 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and all the way down the back straightaway. And it has like 3 layers to it to where you can stand.
Yep.
And, I was in the infield, luckily for the modifieds and the stock cars. But the presentation there, the feeling you got when those guys were coming out, it was Chili Bowl, and to me, Chili Bowl is very prestigious, and that fucking A-Main goes green and they're getting ready to do it. It's something in the air. And I felt like I got that feeling every class that rode out, and I understand that there's probably stock car guys and modified guys and B-mod guys who are, just as good as Jonathan Davenport and Bobby Pierce. If Larson was there, I'm not sure Larson could win one of those premier divisions. I don't know if he could qualify, and that's not hating on Kyle.
It'd be tough.
It's just there's fucking 600 cars, dude. There's 45
I've been
fucking
watching
heat
Kyle.
races. Good luck.
I've been watching Kyle since he was in the quarter midgets. I got a good friend that used to wrench with Keith Coons Motorsports, and I watched him and Christopher and Rico all race with these guys, McIntosh, and going to Boone. I mean, I don't think that Kyle did that comment on there, no slide jobs, because they were complaining about slide jobs, and it's like you can't do that in dirt track racing. Slide jobs are mandatory, I think.
Right.
clean ones, but I remember Kyle doing it on Twitter, making fun of Boone for not letting them do slide jobs. They were going to get black flagged if they used slide jobs. And you can't do that type of shit in dirt track racing. I mean, people love watching slide jobs. Like you watch,
Well, and I don't think they've
Larson,
actually
they
banned. They ain't actually banned slide jobs. That was like a thought, maybe. But I saw plenty of slide jobs when I was there.
Yeah, no, it was just a comment they made because somebody was complaining. So Boone put it on their Twitter. Well, then Kyle commented on it, and it was a big talk of everything.
It could have been controlled. But anyway, you want to talk Ricky Thornton Jr.? Here's my problem, though.
Yes.
Here's my problem
Okay.
with late model racing right now. This is the truth. It's becoming boring. If Ricky's there or fucking Bobby's there, and even if both of them are there, I feel like it's a two-horse show right now. And I don't remember late models a couple years ago. It was a fucking, even though Davenport and Overton were winning Eldora and winning a lot, you still had 8 or 9, 10 guys. I felt like any night, if it goes this way or that way, they could win it. I feel like the separation between Bobby and Ricky right now and everyone else is fucking pretty big. Now, Devin Moran's close to them, and Davenport can hit his night, and some of these other guys can hit a night, but I just feel like they're making late models boring in a way.
I have to agree with you on that. I do see Alberson getting a little bit better. He's starting to come up a little bit, just not quite to that point.
But like Port Royal the other night, it was boring. It was boring because we knew Ricky was just going to drive by him, and you could see it coming. It's not like not like we had to wait for Moran to get to traffic and maybe he'll get him. It was like you could see that one car on the track was better than everyone else, and it was over. It was over.
Yep. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, and tell me if I am, but I think they need to try to hit some small bullring tracks and see how they do.
Yeah. And they're getting into that.
I don't know.
Fairbury and shit, I mean, it changes. It does change. Wisconsin, Deer Creek, and some of these more whippersnapper tracks, Illinois area.
Yeah.
And that's where the short tracks of the industry are located. It feels like it's the Illinois area, but
sure. Right.
And that's where I'm located right now, technically. And then you got LaSalle's coming back. I think LaSalle races next week. With the Flow Racing series. That'll be interesting to see that track return. I mean, we'll see if it changes, but I feel like when you get on those little tracks, hell, now you're working towards Ricky Thornton and Bobby Pierce's wheelhouse. It is
right now. That's what it is. It's a Ricky Thornton, Bobby Pierce show, just kind of like when, what was it? Davenport and
Overton.
Yeah. They kind of flopped, I guess, in a way, and nothing. I love Davenport. I've been watching him for a long time, but he's not on top of his game right now. And they got to figure something out. They're there, but they just got to figure it out.
Somebody wants me to get another beer. Oh no.
Well, you better do that because I just got myself another.
Oh my God. What are you drinking tonight?
Well, I drink my Blackberry Crown with water and a little bit of squirt of Neil lemonade.
So you got some class to you is what you're saying.
Well, I just can't drink the beer anymore. I got to drink something a little stiffer.
You Iowa fuckers, man. I mean, y'all are drinking all the time. That Iowa, what is it? Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, y'all are frozen for half the fucking year. You just get drunk. That's what happens.
You need to get your ass over here to Park Jefferson Speedway and check out the track, how they revamped it, and then come over and have a drink. And we'll do a little Chaz in the garage.
No. Well, message me if you want. So
we'll do a live Chaz in my garage. How about that?
We can. I mean, I'm doing that technically right now, so it's possible.
See? Let's work it out. Let's hook it up. I'm not that far from Houston Speedway.
Oh, God, I'm banned from
Knoxville
now. I'm banned from Houston.
Oh, how do you get banned from Houston?
I mean, how's
that happen?
They're blaming me for flooding the track.
Oh, you flooded it? How many beers did you have that day?
Well, no, the night before was my birthday, and Todd Quiringa kicked me out of Jackson said I'm not allowing us properties, and people were asking me if I was going to Houston's, and I was like, fuck no, I ain't going. I was like, when you come after the truth teller, God will rain down on you. And then I said, or he'll just rain. I went to sleep drunk as fuck on my birthday evening. I woke up my birthday day, and people were calling me saying, Chaz, you flooded Houston's, and it's all underwater and shit. There were people thinking I was Moses and stuff, you know, fuck, parting the seeds.
Some people think that, I guess.
But no, I mean, they apparently are trying. I mean, they're being nice, I guess. Todd, I don't know where he's at, but there's other people in the organization, his kids and stuff. They're like, oh, well, you're allowed back. I don't know if I'll go back, but you step into the devil's den, and now you're playing with the devil's cards. I don't like that shit. But anyway.
I get it. Well,
but there's some other good tracks there. Rock Rapids. I think I met the promoter of Rock Rapids. He's a very good guy.
Awesome racetrack.
He also has some similar feelings about the people I just mentioned. But, yeah, there's some decent tracks up in that area. Park Jefferson's good.
Yeah, there is. It is. And they revamped it kind of like a mini Boone is kind of what they did. And from what I've heard from guys that I know, I don't know if you back in the day, Jay Notaboom, he was one of the top tier guys at Park. I think he's got the most wins there in a modified.
Wow.
And now that they revamped it, a lot of people like it. They like the way the track is. They're putting all the effort in. They did a bunch of dirt work again this past, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, a month ago, whatever, right before it thawed out. They've done a lot of work to that place, and it's a nice track. It's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably extremely nice. Not as nice as I had a very good time with David Gravel last year at Knoxville after some wine coolers, but it's probably way nicer than that.
Well, no, Knoxville's pretty nice.
It is, but after you have a few wine coolers and David Gravel invites you to the hauler, you don't wake up until the next day. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm sure it's a good time with David Gravel anytime you get to have a few wine coolers.
Well, at least I can guarantee he ain't looking down on me. You know, he's like 5'2".
Well, that's good. That's good.
He's definitely looking up. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody in the Johnny Gibson is in the chat, apparently. And he said that Chaz and David Gravel had relations at Knoxville after many wine coolers.
Oh, geez.
This show is as boring as Chaz getting tag teamed by young sprint car boys. Wow. Wow.
Just
listen to these people.
The Johnny Gibson, I don't get it.
What?
A hater on Chaz. Like, I've seen the comments all night, and it's like, man.
It's a guy named Spike. He's a roided out freak.
Yep. I've heard that.
Yep.
I've heard the Spike name before.
Yeah, he's a horrible individual. Horrible individual. Husich treated us like crap after the flood. Now, this M&O guy, he actually had a camper there, and he lost it in the flood.
Well, hopefully he had insurance.
He did, but the track apparently treated him like shit in the aftermath. That's what he says.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Well, that'll put a bad taste in your mouth.
Well, almost as bad of a taste as David Gravel gave me at Knoxville after some wine coolers, but continue.
Right. Needing more wine coolers.
Yeah, we need more wine coolers. That's what this is. It's a big wine cooler.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Oh God.
Well, I'm gonna get off here, Chaz. Let you talk to some other people.
Okay.
But,
well, message me on Facebook or so. I guess I have your number technically now. I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah,
I'll text you and we'll figure something
out. If you ever get in the area, we always have a good time in the garage. I'd watch you on the big screen, and we can have a Chaz chat in the garage.
Hey, man, I got a cot. In the car. I'll set the tent up in the front yard. Fuck it. No, I'm just playing.
Well, I got room for you. Don't worry about it. I got plenty of room.
Okay. All right.
All right, buddy.
Well, thanks for calling in and giving us some late model content, you know.
All right. Sounds good.
All righty.
All right, bye.
Bye. Oh, no. Who's calling in now? Wait, we don't have time for a pee break. We need Spike to call in. Are we? I feel like if Spike calls in, though, we're not going to get off. We're not going to get off. Line is open. I almost feel like this is the perfect time to play a song and come right back and take some calls. Look for Chaz tent. Call in Spike. Oh, my God. We'll see. And, oh, no. I think this is it, guys. I think this is Spike. Let's vet him. Hold on. We're going to mute the desktop. Hello, who is this? This is Jarrett. Okay. It's not Spike. Good.
No, sorry.
What's going on? Where are you out of? What are you doing?
I'm in, are you familiar with Bill Clear Speedway in Belleville, Illinois?
Belleville, Illinois?
Yeah.
Belleville Speedway?
Yeah, it's old fair track.
Old
Bringing it
Fair.
back.
I'm actually in Springfield, so I don't know where that is for me, but
Probably about 90 minutes. It's real close to like St. Louis area.
oh, okay. So
But,
you're in Gundaker territory.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm just stroking my cock and hating niggers, dude.
God. Come on. Liar. He was lying the whole time. Jeez. Well, I guess that's better than the N-word like they were pulling off the other night. Hey, at least that was just straight perversion instead of what they were attempting to do. Oh, I got to look up these area codes before I actually take the call. Johnny Gibson loves it. Hello.
I got to look up these area codes before I actually take the call.
Yeah, I think that's
Johnny Gibson loves
the way to do it.
I got to look up these area codes before.
Oh, my God. Same thing, guys. Come on. Unbelievable. That one was actually Pennsylvania, believe it or not. So now it's went worldwide. Best caller ever. Oh, no. What do we do here with this one? I feel like this is bad. Maybe not. We'll see. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Who's calling in? What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Chad from Missouri.
Okay. How's it going? What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I just wanted to bring something to your attention. Maybe a future show or something you could do.
Okay.
Something you could talk about later.
Okay.
I personally kind of feel pretty involved in bringing the gentleman who owns the company that the hat you're wearing right now.
Okay.
Prime Composites, Clyde Knipp.
And what are you referencing?
Maybe bring Clyde on sometime and ask him who brought him into the sprint car world and helped get him involved in sprint car racing.
Okay.
That would have been me.
Nice. Okay. And how did you do that? Maybe you can give the explanation, potentially.
Oh, I can get pretty juicy in some of it, but you've been to Clyde's shop, obviously.
Yeah.
You know where Clyde lives. You know all that. You know where Double X Speedway is
California.
in relation to where he grew up. Yeah, right there in his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been a sprint car fan for most all of my life. Went to the races, go to the races out there all the time. And when Clyde was a young kid and started getting interested in it, him and I met at the racetrack at Double X, I believe was the first time where we met in his backyard.
That's a really good racetrack. I think it's very underrated, but it just don't have the grandstands to put on a big show or the facility, I guess. But it's a hell of a racetrack.
Well, yes and no. I agree with you, but
the surface.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you all around there. It's kind of a little gym.
I call it like a mini Williams Grove personally, because it has like the guardrail around the bottom, just like it.
Right, but they don't put any money into it. They don't really maintain the track. They don't do anything. They just put on races on Sunday nights, So it is what it is. But anyway, Clyde and I met there. He was young. This was before Clyde was even able to drive or anything like that.
Right.
And he started getting interested. And you can ask him about this. He'll tell you, I'm an OG when it comes to Clyde. but he would call me and he'd be like, "Hey, are you going to this race up at US 36 or are you going here or whatever? Can I go with you?" And like, I'm a hell of a lot older than Clyde is, right? So like, I'm in my 50s. Clyde is obviously in his 20s. And I was like, "Well, yeah, you can ride with me if you want, but I'm going to need your mom's blessing or something on this because I'm not going to,
You're not trying to have a Clinton scenario, yeah.
Correct." And so he was like, yeah, no, my mom's cool with it. Can you meet me out here at whatever? And it was just like right up the street at the shopping plaza from his house. And I was like, sure. This would embarrass Clyde to the end of the earth. But I'm going to do it anyway.
What are you going to say? You saw how small his pecker is or something, or what?
No, nothing like that. So I pull up to pick Clyde up to go to the first race with me. We're going to US 36 up in Osborne, Missouri. I believe it was a national tour race or outlaw race, something like that. I forget. And I pull up there. His mom pulls up next to me.
Okay.
Clyde gets out, and his mom gets out. I'd never seen his mom, anything like that before. His mom gets out. She's in a full-blown bikini.
Oh shit! Are you getting aroused by this or what? What's going on?
I am not going to kid you one bit. Clyde got in the truck and I was like, "Can your mom go with us?"
Oh my God! Was she single at the time, or is she too hot? You don't care. There is a difference.
He gets shit about this all the time. Clyde's mom is smoking fucking hot.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Now she's a GILF, right? It went from MILF to GILF. How old is she? Hold on. I'm going to text Clyde right now. Hey, can me and your mom talk? I got to talk business.
You know what? Bring Clyde on the call with us. Tell him who you
I
got
don't
on
know
the
if
phone.
he's awake yet. Hold on. We could see if he's awake. This could be good.
Bring him on the phone with us.
Oh, no.
He'll confirm everything I'm telling you.
I don't think he's awake. He's usually an 11 o'clock guy. But continue. You're saying you were going to take Clyde to go do some stuff. You saw his mom, and his mom was
I just always give him
prime real estate, you're saying.
Yeah. His mom is smoking fucking hot. He knows that.
All natural, or did she have some work done? There's a difference.
Oh, no. She's all there.
Oh, God. Oh, God, Clyde. Oh, I got to meet your mom now. I think I actually did meet her. Maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, continue.
Oh, God. If you met her, you'd know.
Well, I mean, maybe, this is, what year was this? I'm just saying.
This was a long time ago, but I know what she looks like now. And like still right now, she's, all that.
Okay. So what happened? Is that the end of the story? Just telling us how hot Clyde's mom is?
Yeah, no. And that I like.
Did she come?
I was inspirational.
Not like in your kind of come way, but did she come with y'all to the
sprint car racing?
Did she come with y'all? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Really?
No, she sent him out. He jumped in my truck and we went to the races.
Okay.
And I brought him back home after the races.
Did you try to talk to his mom when you brought him back?
Hell no. No, hell no.
Like we had a good time and, make small talk and then, give her, some of the Crown Royal and, talk a little more. And then next thing you know, clock.
No, hell no.
Damn. You didn't.
Did you try to call Clyde? Bring him on this call.
I'm trying. I just texted him. He won't respond. I mean, I can't call him while he's banging his wife or something. I'm trying to make sure it's okay.
Just call his ass. Bring him on here.
Oh my God. I hold on. Let me see here. I do need to try to figure this out.
He'll get a kick out of this.
I don't know if he's here. For the bad part about this is I haven't mastered the three-way call. Not just the three-way, Spike. Calm down. Let me see. Nope, I can't do it. I'm sorry. But you did offer a really good story. If that's where it ends, I'm sorry.
Something for your future content anyway, and you can bring it up.
So instead of trying to figure out the Loch Ness Monster is real, finding out how hot Clyde's mom is the new goal. That's what we're doing.
Correct.
Okay. I did talk to one of his buddies that's an old racer guy, a guy named John Hillman. I guess he was an old racer dude around there.
Yeah, I know the name.
He was pretty cool. But, okay. That's all you wanted to talk about was Clyde's mom being hot. I'm just confirming before we get off the phone here. That's all you wanted to say.
Well, and that I consider myself an OG in getting Clyde involved in sprint car racing from the beginning.
Because that's when he saw it. Okay. Alrighty.
Maybe someday I'll get him on the phone with me, and we'll call him together.
I mean, we could figure this out, but I don't think we're gonna have or find a way to do it tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, I'm trying. He hasn't responded back. Okay, is that it though?
That's it, dude.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in, and I'm glad you listened.
I do.
Alrighty. Thank you, sir.
Have a good one.
You as well. So we dodged the psycho California people, but we got the dirty mom princess. No. We got something. I mean, apparently Clyde's mom's hot. I got to figure this out. This is my new excursion for 2025. Before we continue, though, we got to pee. We got to get the Malibu on the and then we're going to take calls. Malibu's coming, though. We'll be right back. Malibu Barbie on the stout, on the list. We are going to be right back taking more calls.
With a Malibu
Barbie on the
course
tracks.
that I cross, yeah, I'm going to need you. Let me show you where to go, how to run it in hard, and what it leads to. I promise that the show I'm going to put on will really please you. Come Junior 80 out, Barbie doll on the spot, come see me, Malibu. And I don't care if they speak a lot. They're different breed with little need you, they're not my type. Cause see to me, there's a sea of green and it's harvest time. And you're the sweetie pea, you're the body bee, come with me, Malibu. And they can have all the seeds they want. But see the pea, special to me, go get your own. She's crispy, clean, purple, and pink with my orange stone. And I work the wheel, let's make a deal, come see me, Malibu. Bottom or top of the course that I cross, yeah, I'm gonna need you. Let me show you where to go, how to run it in hard, and what it leads to. I promise you the show I'm gonna put on will really please you. Come to the 80 out, Bobby doll on the spot, come see me, Malibu. Hey, I know we ain't really rode a lot, nah. But come June 6, we gotta giddy up this pony ride. Of me and you, a dream come true on the Bailey side. Pacific time, southern kind, and that Barbie Malibu. And I need you in the darkest times. When the current's strong, the moon is wrong, when the winds are right. When the lights are dim and we lose the trim and we're in a fight. Just
what are y'all doing in here?
Stay with me, Malibu. And I know that you need me to.
Doing in here? What are y'all doing? Hello. Are you there?
Dude, your callers are freaking me out tonight.
Who is that? Who is this?
This is late model guy out of Lubbock.
Out of Lubbock?
Hey, out of Lubbock. Hey, question: who you got this weekend at TMS with Bell being there?
Man, I feel like it is going to go to a Bell Larson show. I just do.
What about Sweet?
Who?
Ginger Kitty. What about Sweet?
Well, he is debuting that new car. I don't know if you saw it. It's actually nice looking.
Yeah, the gold one.
Yeah, the 100-year, I guess Napa has some kind of thing, 100-year scheme, but I thought it looked good. I mean, it could debut with a win or something. I don't know really.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard to beat Bell. I mean, Bell's obviously debuting a car too, so they're going to play into that as well, I think, a little bit, because Bell's debuting this Interstate Batteries car and all these things are happening. I would love to say that like a local has a chance, but it's going to be almost, I mean, the Texas locals, they just don't have a lead horse. Here's that 100-year Napa car, but
yeah. I wonder if Brady Bacon's going to be there or any of the Oklahoma guys.
That could be a determining factor if some wild card shows up, or if like when the fuck. Here's what I'd like to know: when is Brent Marks going to be fucking Brent Marks? Do you know what I mean by that? Like, there's a few of these guys on the High Limit Tour that had so much promise and did so many things, and then they got on the High Limit Tour and it just fucking went away.
Yeah.
Like Brent Marks, dude, his 2019 or what was it, 2021 year or whatever, he won all that money. If he showed up, he was a guy to whoop everybody's ass. And now he's not a field filler at High Limit, but he's like struggling to get a top 5. I expected Brent Marks to do way more than that.
Yeah. What about the track? Do you think it's going to be follow the leader like typical TMS dirt or?
Well, I mean, I was hoping that would be different, but I was at the Power I race a month ago, and it was fucking burning tires at the heat race. And that's the problem there. It's always been known for being like a damn, sandblaster to the tires. And it did that at the Power I race. And I think that's why they have so much farming sessions with the high limit events. They take their time because they know how quick that track can go. If TMS would just slick off, I don't know if you remember the old races with like Brad Furr and the World of Outlaws back in the day, like 2002, 3, 4, I think it was. There were some damn good races back then.
Yeah, I'm 48 years old. I go back to Devil's Bowl and all that. So yeah.
Yeah, but
like you said, I just I really hope that it's just not follow the leader type of shit after 2 or 3 heats. So
well. I mean, the problem is with sprint car racing, once they get over 100 miles an hour, it's wing-dependent racing, and you get that on your bigger tracks. And once you get on the bigger tracks and it's wing-dependent, if there's one groove that's the best, there's no hope. You got to hope that it widens out, that the bottom comes in, and it ain't like the quarter-mile shit or the 3/8 stuff where you could find grooves and outdrive a guy. You got to depend. Go ahead.
Since you're bringing up Power Hour, what do you think about them running at Rocket? Do you think that's going to be? Because I watched the late models, all the late models there last year, and that was the most boring fucking race ever.
That was actually one late model race that I had circled as like a must see, and then when it went how it went, it was like y'all just blew the fucking load. I mean, because that track is set up to be awesome. Like it's a very like I said, high banked quarter mile style, a big quarter, D-shaped, high banked track. And I thought the fucking late models were going to be all over the racetrack and putting on a show. And it was just junk. It was fucking trash. I don't know why. They didn't have like rain, I don't think. They set the track up how they wanted to. I do think some of these areas that are used to IMCA modifieds and small tire cars and stuff like that they just don't know how sometimes to prepare a track for fucking 900 horsepower and big tires. And they prepare a track for a USMTS show, and these late models or these sprint cars get on the track and they eat that shit up by the hot laps. Qualifying's over and they've already put so much power on the track, it's already ate it up like a full night for a small tire car. Hopefully Rocket learned their lesson with the World of Outlaw event. I have a potentiality I might be in the booth doing color commentary at that event, so that could be cool if that happens. We'll see. But I think it should be good. Like, you think sprint cars, 410s, Christopher Bell, Brent Marks is going to be there. They released a list. You would think 410 sprint cars on a little high bank quarter mile racetrack. That's like like the combination for a very good tasting meal. But if the track goes how it did at the Outlaw race last year, like you said, it's going to be a shit show. I mean, that's the unfortunate truth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they killed it the night before at Boot Hill, but it was just a totally different deal at Rocket, and it was great. The crowd's great, completely packed. I mean, great facility. It was just follow Shirley the whole way.
Right, and well, Boot Hill, they got there. That's the other deal is Boot Hill's got that 30. They got a 30,000 to win fucking factory stock race this week. Out at Boot Hill. I know that's not like a big deal to anybody, but they're gonna draw some fans a little bit. But Boot Hill has a little bit of a more, this Rocket Raceway deal is kind of a new track. It was, 82 Speedway like 10 years ago or whatever. I mean, let's get some video up to show y'all this track. Like I said, it should be a good race. I mean, it looks bigger than it is. It's probably closer to the 3rd mile, but I mean, it's a D-shaped, high-banked racetrack that should technically put on a good show. This is the same class that's going to be there Friday, but obviously it doesn't have the big names. But this is the kind of track I expected for the fucking World Outlaw Late Miles. A little groove on the top of the racetrack, a little groove on the bottom. Wide facility. You could throw some big sliders going into 3. So it should be a good race. Obviously, this is a little more amateur because it is the local. I mean, look at all the cautions. It's a 25-minute video to do 20 laps. So, I mean, when you got your amateurs in the building, that can happen. But it should be a good, wide racetrack, top, a little bottom. You see a big slider. There's a lot of opportunities to throw sliders at this track. I mean, look into 3. If you get a run off of 2, you could pull a big one. It should be a good race. But if they have a track like they had for the World Outlaw Late Miles, it's going to be trash. Hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully it's done right. And I think this could be one of the best races of the weekend. And it is on Race On. That's one of the reasons I told him. I was like, because I know the people who run Race On. I was like, hey, why not fucking, I ain't got the money to get down there, but if you want to toss me a little money, I'll go up in the booth, and I'm just saying it could be beneficial for your event if you got the Chaz in the fucking booth talking shit for a Race On Texas or a Race On with this big, because it's going to be the biggest. I told him, I said, it's going to be the biggest streamed sprint car event you've had ever on your event or on your streaming platform. I mean, if I was to be on there, that would just add a little more flair to the situation. But hopefully it's good. I do think it's funny how they are kind of playing the High Limit role in a way, because High Limit originally wanted to kind of cherry pick off the Outlaw schedule. And now this Power Eye event is technically cherry picking off of the High Limit schedule. But it seems like they're halfway okay with it. Sorry, burping a little bit. Halfway okay with it. I'm sure the people at Flow, though, may not like that this other streaming company could benefit from the Flow drivers, which that was the issue with the Dirt Vision and the World Racing Group. They didn't want to give their guys to Flow to broadcast and make money on. So I think Christopher Bell, I was trying to find the entry list. They did release an entry list today, but I can't find it. But I know Bell's going to be there. I'm almost 100% sure I saw that Brent Marks is there. I think Tanner Thorson was on the list.
Thorson, I think you had a couple of Texas guys. I think you had like Carney and.
Well, yeah, you're going to have your regular. I would assume you're going to have your regular Texas guys, but that's obviously not going to be what makes this event special. What's going to make this event special is Bell, is Marks, is High Limit guys coming to race this event. It's an Elite Outlaw event, I believe, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Let me see. Somebody posted a list. I thought it was today.
Yeah, I think they posted on Facebook today.
Yeah, I've looked at the track. I've looked at I can't get an actual list. All I can get is the Christopher Bell confirmed. But I think they might be getting restricted on who they can say that they're actually getting to come to the event. Because
High Limit's running Thursday, and then that is Friday. They're at the Power Eye. And then Saturday's High Limit, right, at TMS?
Yes.
Am I right on that schedule?
Yeah, it's right in between the two TMS dates. Right.
Yeah. Well, that's I just wanted to get your opinion on that. That's all I wanted. I don't know if all the trolls are like Landon Crawley's people or what, but
Landon Crawley people.
Well, I'll let you go, man. You have a good one.
Alrighty, well, thank you for calling.
No problem.
Bye. Do we keep doing the calls or we end it now? I mean, they are still coming in, but we can only assume. The line is open, but I'm worried. Why is everybody laughing right now? Oh, no. Do we do it? Do we entertain it? Oh, no. All right, 2:35 mark, we cut the show off on YouTube. All right, here we go. Hello.
Chaz, how you doing? This is Troy.
Troy. Okay, so you're normal or no?
Yeah, I ain't pulling your leg. I talked to you before. Back in the summer, we talked about all the fake food crafts they put in food and all that, remember?
Yeah. Okay, continue.
But I know Jeremy Weaver. I don't think he's cheating on his top wing from earlier. He's kind of a low budget racer. You think they should put a spec on the thickness of the aluminum on the top?
Well, and that's something that is interesting. I mean, you could potentially have a scenario where whatever they're going to discuss and talk about could potentially set some standards. You know, I mean, it could institute new rules to where, you know, they're gonna make it to where you have to have this certain degree of metal on or certain degree of aluminum or whatever construction. It has to be XYZ thick, you know. And that's a potential.
It's just going to create rules, and then, you know, if you come back to Danny Dietrich, hey, he made a rule from that because he was bitching about it on Facebook.
Yeah, and that's how rules get made. I mean, there's a lot of shit that nobody gives a fuck about until somebody makes it a deal. You know, I mean, I'm sure somebody bitched about the chassis being so little and light, and that's why they instituted, you know, rules as far as how thick your metal has to be and all these things with the chassis. So I'm assuming it would be the same kind of, at least wheelhouse coming to this wing deal, but it's a performance thing. So it's like, and honestly, would that be a bad thing? I mean, to where everybody's on the same page. If I buy a wing from this wing manufacturer, I have an equal opportunity to perform well against the World of Outlaws or this guy or that guy who's doing some tricks in the shop. Like, so it could be a good thing at the end of the day if they do that for the competition element.
Yeah. Also, if you just say you left the rivets out of the middle of the wing, like, you know, the front of the wing has a cap and the back has a wicker. Or sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you left rivets out, wouldn't that make it flex more and do that compression and all that where you see the ribs going across and all that?
I think that's more so based on the thinness of the whatever metal they choose to use across the top of the wing. Like I showed the Kyle Larson wing, the silver wing that we've been seeing that he uses on qualifying on the big tracks. And it's at Knoxville right here. I'll put it up on the screen. You barely see those fucking ripples, you know, and on a qualifying track, you probably don't want them ripples. You want less drag. You want max speed. You know, Sam Haverteep Jr. set the record at Bristol because he took the wicker bill off the car. And that's what made him faster because it reduced the drag of the vehicle. So on a qualifying track, you probably want very thick metal up there so the wing cuts right across the top. It don't catch none. But on a slick track, if it goes slick and it slows down, you need traction, then you probably want it to flex more. And I think that's why I think we're getting a glimpse as to why some people will say we got, you know, you'll see guys change the top wing sometimes midnight. And you're like, why are they changing the top wing? I think we're getting a glimpse as to why some of these people will change that top wing.
Probably
how much flex that metal has. What's the thinness, you know?
Yeah, I was just watching a race, I think, over the weekend. I think it was the port. Somebody's wing sideboard flew off during the race. Like
I don't know if that's intentional, but I would assume they don't want the sideboard to fly off. But I think what you're saying is, yeah, we're getting a glimpse of maybe some technology here with the belly, but it seems like you're more so saying, okay, so if they're manipulating that part, what other part of this wing are they manipulating on? Are they manipulating on the rivets here, or a rivet there, or flex here, flex there?
Yeah, I mean, if you left rivets out, it would do different things. Obviously at different speeds, different tracks.
Yeah,
it would definitely be could be an advantage or a disadvantage depending on where you're racing at that week.
Oh yeah, I definitely think that's happening in some capacity.
Maybe they're just trying to run the thin sheet metal, so there's no weight up there too. They can put their weight wherever else they want to on the car if they want to.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll turn to the Bernie car. I believe that's the Bernie car. And this was during the same qualifying session, and you could see that wing depressing in the same ways, I would say, as the Jacob Allen wing was doing. I mean, if you're on a hooked up, wide ass open racetrack, which wing do you think is going to be cutting through the wind better? Is it going to be that one you see on your screen right now, or is it going to be that one? Let me make this a little smaller. I just think maybe when the track goes slick, that's, this Bernie wing's going to be better. But, we can tell that just with slight understanding of drag and aerodynamics that we, in our idiot fan mind, I guess, or visual mind, we could tell that those ripples right there are catching some wind. That wind's not going to cut across the top of that car as easy or as better than that wing. That's as flat and as stable,
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for a 10th, anywhere they can find one, because sometimes the qualifying, you're a couple tenths off, you're starting to back road.
Well, and a good example of what we're talking about with the silver wing is I was at Jacksonville. Kyle Larson didn't switch to the silver wing at a quarter mile. He didn't need this silver wing at a short track. At a short track, you probably want all the G or downforce you can get because you're trying to just dig. You're trying to get forward bite. Whereas on a bigger track, you can get that forward bite with the wing wing alone because of the amount of force that's being placed on it. So I think that's a telltale. When I see the silver wing on the big tracks and I don't see it on the quarter mile, that's telling me there's a reason that silver wing's on that car. And I think what Danny's explaining in this whole conversation is kind of pointing to it.
Yeah. Somebody asked in the chat, what if the wicker flies off during race? Will you be penalized? I've never heard of them penalized.
Yeah, I've never heard of a wicker flying off on any professional level either. So
does the rule state you have to run a wicker, or can you not run a wicker?
I don't think it states you have to. No, but because if it did, Haferteep Jr. would have been disqualified from Bristol, obviously. I just think there's a rule on how much you can use. Usually you want it, and usually you want it in the main event. Now, that's a thing. I do think that's a thing, and that's why Kyle don't run this wing in a race condition. He runs it in qualifying only. In a race condition, you probably want as much as you can get because if you got to deal with lap traffic or anything of the sorts, you need it. You need that extra wind. You need to grab as much as you can. That's why the wicker bill and them changing the measurement of the wicker bill kind of adjusts how much wind or dirty air, as they call it, the wing can catch. So if you have a lot of wicker bill, you can catch a lot of it. But the reason they don't want them to run big wicker bills is because when you run a bigger wicker bill, it unevenly disperses the wind to the cars behind it. So that's why they're trying to shorten the wicker bill. You know, they're thinking, you know, the smaller the wicker bill they can get, the better the cars behind them can catch it, and the dirty air is not as bad. And that's why they're against the dish wings. The dish wings, the reason they got away from the dish wings is because the dish wing would send the air extremely high into the air, and the cars behind them couldn't grab it as much. At least that was the idea. That's why they went to the flat belly with the wicker bill.
Yeah, John says in the chat, no, you don't have to run one, but I didn't know if it was a requirement you had to or not for the wicker bill. So I know they've gotten smaller and smaller the last few years.
Right. Right.
Well,
and those photos were from Nicole Signor, but no, Spike. Chaz and Nicole didn't have a thing for a bit. The disgustingness.
What are they gonna say there? NASCAR is at Talladega this past weekend, and 2 cars got disqualified for having an extra spacer on the spoiler and a missing bolt in the spoiler, apparently. So, that's a aerodynamic advantage right there. So,
well, yeah, and at Talladega where it's all air, they're full bore. That's a big discrepancy.
I could see World Outlaws stepping in sometime, or even High Limit about these top wings probably by the end of the year or next year. Because people are going to be doing one of those stuff with the bike.
Sorry, got distracted. We dropped the vape. You know how it can go. It's life.
That's fine.
No.
People are going to be doing some crazy stuff with them if you could find an advantage here or there,
Yeah. Well, and I think once again that could be the ultimate come out from this situation is they're going to mandate things on how you can build your wing potentially.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that post earlier today. I thought, oh man, this is going to be something they can talk about for the rest of the week. It's one of those topics, and I figured call on the show and see what you thought about it. So,
okay. Well, at least you had something to say. You didn't just call in and say big black dick or something like.
No, I'm not saying that. I hope you come to Western PA and watch some either High Limit shows or Lucas or World Outlaw.
There is one track I haven't been to that I should, and that is Lernerville.
What track's that? Oh, you have to go to Lernerville.
I haven't been to Lernerville. That's one that I haven't attended.
The High Limit show, Outlaws do not run there because of
they stole the
Lucas
Silver Cup
now, so.
Yeah.
Even a weekly 410 sprint car show at Lernerville is pretty good racing. So
okay, we'll see what we can do. Sprint car or late model show though, which one?
Well, I'm a late model guy, but I still appreciate the sprint cars. So
no Firecracker? The Firecracker's not worth it, you're saying?
Oh yeah, I'll be at the Firecracker this year. At least Friday night and Saturday. I take a vacation day. They can't make me work that weekend. So
yeah, I have a bunch of people from Volusia who are all about the Firecracker. You got to come. You got to go to the Firecracker. That's the event.
Well, they load in that place like on a Tuesday. And
really?
Those people don't leave until Sunday, and it's a drunk fest. But I have to work during the week, so everybody's pretty much tuned up by the time I get there on Friday, and they're not looking to drink as much, which is fine. But it's a party. I've never been to Talladega, but I hear compared to the little Talladega, is how the camping and the partying is at Lernerville. It's a good time. So.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking, and it's not on July 4th weekend. I may have a July 4th weekend date. It's like the week before, correct? It's like June 28th or something?
June 20th, 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Okay.
The Firecracker weekend.
And that is perfect because that's when the High Limit or the High Banks Nationals is at Huset's, and I do not want to go to that fucking event. So I will more than likely attempt to be there. I more than likely will attempt to be there. Not sure if I will make it, but I will try to circle that on my calendar. Let me see. Let me get the exact dates for everybody who may be interested in this event. June 19th, 20th, and 21st. June 21st is my birthday. Apparently, that's when I flooded Huset's last year.
A caller says, I know Ralph Engel from Lernerville. I've heard of that name. I'm not sure of him.
Okay. Well, we did get an interesting text from a guy named Ripper. Do you know who that is?
No. Ripper? No.
Ripper is, do you watch sprint cars at all?
Oh, I watch High Limit, but I flow.
Well, do you remember a race where Sheldon Hodenschild came into the pits and his crew chief grabbed a sledgehammer and knocked the fucking bars off the car so he could get onto the track with the sledgehammer?
I heard about that.
That's Ripper. He is apparently, he says, this shit is pissing me off. I may have to call Ripper after you.
Okay. Well, hey, appreciate you taking my call and hope to see you. This is my number. I'm Troy.
Okay.
Hope to see you at
we'll take another picture. I'm taking pictures of the numbers that are not talking about black dick right now. So.
No, we're not talking about any of that.
Okay. All righty.
Have a good night, Chaz.
Thank you, sir. Troy.
All right, bye.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, well, we'll give a shot here to call Ripper. He seems a little pissed off about this shit. I know it's a little late, but these sprint car guys, you never know if they'll answer or not. We'll see. Let's see if Ripper's going to answer. This could be big. He's not going to do it. He's asleep. He's asleep with his wife. Unfortunately. Oh, that would have been so good.
Please leave your message for 72494459001.
Leave a message. Hey, this is the show, Ripper. We were looking forward to hearing from you as to why this shit is pissing you off. We could do it tomorrow. But at the end of the day, that's what she said. All right, talk to you tomorrow. We hung up. But that would have been a good one. Apparently, Ripper from the Sheldon Hodenschild team is pissed at this scenario. Dank. Chaz, do you want my number? No. How does everybody have Ripper's number? I didn't put it on the screen. Did I actually say it out loud? Oh, it did. Oh. Well, y'all can go all rewind and call Ripper and blame me. I got to tell him, I tried calling. Yes, I was the 423 area code. And yes, that was the same area code as Scott Bloomquist. Chaz is so drunk he didn't realize it read the number. I was thinking I didn't say the number. I did not say his number. The voicemail did. But we've only had 3 beers, Spike. 3. Okay? That's not like drunk status. That's buzz maybe. That's going, but it's not drunk. Only 180 people heard it. There's nothing bad about that. Y'all ain't going to call them and say it's the Chaz fault. Or Chaz's fault. Hold on, let's see here. Somebody's talking about Brad Doty or Bobby Davis Jr. Hold on, let's see what happened here. We got some developing situations. Let's see here. Oh, Caitlin Larson sent us a message. We're in trouble now. I'm not going to tell you that one. Hold on, let's see here. John Coyle's really mad. Let's see here. They want to show this picture. Oh, not that one. I'm not sure why we're showing this. We'll give him a call, though, and see if he wants to explain. Hello.
What's up?
We got your pictures on the screen. What did you want to explain?
No, I was going to say, back in the 80s, they didn't, like in the second picture, you got the struts on the side. Back in the 80s, they were doing the same thing. We built wings back then. Were you at this Devil's Bowl when Stacy Simmons was racing?
No, I was too young.
Okay, well, we raced the Devil's Bowl from 89, and we had a wing company. We had competition wings.
So
and
you raced with Bobby Davis, I guess? Is that the connection here?
No, well, that's back when I first got into sprint cars. But you were talking the wing on the 1A car. The only reason they used 16 thousandths metal, so the wind on a bigger track, the wind pushes down on the aluminum, and you can see the ribs. That's been doing that for 20 fucking years.
Well, yeah, we showed pictures of Danny Dietrich and everybody having the same things. I mean, we showed the pictures of Larson and Timms and
it's just like this back in the 80s. In 84, Bobby Davis ran the wings without the struts on the side, and then 85, they went to the struts because the wing panels were bowing.
Right.
I mean, then later in the 80s, we started breaking over the edges of the wings so that they wouldn't do that. And when we took the struts off of them, and I mean, shit, it's like they'd have a fit with Tommy Johnson's wing nowadays.
Right.
That's
Sorry.
because they had thing. I mean, it was made of fiberglass, and I mean, the first one they come up was ugly as hell, but.
Well, it is funny how Danny Dietrich backtracks so hard at this point, it seems. It was kind of a mute point that he was making. You know, it looked like a damaged wing that he was crying about.
It does. It looks like it's probably the wing that the other kid flipped, and they patched it back together. We did that many a night. We didn't have no money. Hell, take the skin off of it, put a new rib in it, re-rivet it, put it back together, and run it till you can afford to buy another one.
Right.
I mean, we built our own.
Are you there? Did you hang up on accident? Oh, my. What just happened? Hello? Hello? I think something just accidentally happened. Let's see here. Show him some of the Chaz Thompson designs. Why? We're on a phone call. Calm down, Raven. Hold on. We'll try to get him back. Oh, come on. All right, sorry.
Is that connected?
Yeah, something happened with the program, something like that. I don't know what exactly.
Well, I mean, every few years they come up with something different. I mean, you look at the nose wing there. Nose wing on the 18 car, they got the small sideboards on it, and now everybody uses the big ones. We did that back in the 80s with the 1200 cars out of DFW Speedway over there in Grand Prairie.
Okay.
I mean, I remember when we first put the wings on the cars at the Devil's Bowl. We were using 4x4s. And late that year at the Winter Nationals, Wolfgang come down, and he had a 3x5.
Is there one more left, Millie? Sorry.
Okay, he had 3x5 wings, and he skewed the sideboard. He pulled the right back and pushed the left forward. And for years, we built wings like that because everybody wanted that wing. And that's virtually what Tommy Johnson was doing with them fiberglass wings.
Do you think that is just the standards of how the sport changed? Because obviously, if you rode out with a wing that was all bent up like this, they'd lose their mind in today's standards, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's somebody. I mean, Bobby and them ain't got a lot of money. They're I mean, like Jacob the other night talking about, I mean, they're LBRT, especially him, because I think most of their money goes into the Dryden car. So he's going to get hand-me-downs from the Dryden car, or they're going to have to reuse what they got.
Right. And Jacob Allen was on the show bitching. He was on the show bitching about having to fix wings. You know.
Yeah. I mean, it is what we've all done it. I mean, we've never had the money to just slap new wings on the car and stuff like that. We've always had to fix everything that we had laying around.
So
I mean,
why do
nevertheless,
you think Danny Dietrich decided to come out and do this? Why would he say all this shit? What was his point? Just to get some...
He got his ass beat by a little kid.
And he's mad about it.
Yeah.
And he's a crybaby. Although apparently now he's not a crybaby. He made a big post. He said he went...
Well, he made a big post because everybody's raising hell with him.
Yeah. Yeah, he got blasphemed over this. I mean, and maybe he's going to get mad at me. Maybe he's going to get mad at all these people. But at the end of the day, he looked like a fucking total... out of all the fans he may have gained from pulling that Kel Thomas out of the 1A when it was on fire, he lost them all and added a big fucking list of people who just don't like him now.
Yeah, the kid ran a good race. I mean, I watched it on the internet a day later. I mean, the kid ran a smart race. He didn't do nothing real stupid. When he did get out of line coming off 4, he popped the end of the wall one time, but the next lap, you watch him a couple laps after that, he stayed away from it because he was real close to making a mistake he wasn't going to come back from. But I mean, the kid run a good race. I mean, I watched him in micros. He's good in the micro.
Right.
I mean, he's done good in midgets. He had Kyle Busch was helping him for a while.
Until he got sued.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Well,
about
no, he was
that,
he was a rowdy he was a Rowdy energy driver, and Clark brought this up on the show. The reason Rowdy Energy Drink went away is because they got sued.
Oh, I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that either, but.
Yeah, I just knew when Kyle and them first got into micros. I don't know if he got one of Orgelson's cars or they were helping him or something. Because he was going out to the West Coast and running some micros with him.
Well, and there's a disgusting comment right there. At least he wore his belts.
People, I mean, shit happens. I mean, I've done your racing and you flip and arm restraint catches the latch and there's nothing you can do about that.
So, well, some people don't believe that. Some people think he lied and that he just didn't get his belts on and made that up. Which is possible. Which is possible.
Christopher Townsend. I know that kid. He raced with my grandson. His daddy and them make sure he has all his stuff on anytime he gets in the car. And they were like, they were making comments the same way as the Chili Bowl. And that's bullshit.
Well, but I mean, I side with the fact he didn't get the belts on because the Chili Bowl will rush your ass out there and yell at you and say, if you don't get out there right now, you're losing your spot. So I could see a scenario where that's probable.
Yeah, well,
and we've heard of drivers racing without their belts on just to get out on the track. You know, they're in a hurry. They just say, fuck it and go. There's people that's got away with racing without their belt strapped. I mean, let's not act like that's never happened.
No. Yeah, they're too easy to get killed in a sprint car, midget, any kind of open wheel car.
Right. But regardless, I don't want to make this about that. This is about possibly one of the most douchebaggery, arrogant posts I've ever seen. And he's got called out over it, you know, and now he's backtracking. He's gonna make a video tomorrow about why he's mad and all this crybaby shit while he's saying he's not a crybaby.
Is Billy gonna tape it for him?
I mean, if Billy would just counsel him, give him some therapy. I think I don't know if Billy didn't get whooped as bad as a kid or something. No, I'm just kidding, but something happened. There's the apple has fallen far from the tree with this Billy Dietrich. They're two different people. It's crazy.
I enjoy watching Billy's stuff. He's got his head on straight.
Billy Dietrich is honestly one of the nicest, gracious, easy to get along people in Pennsylvania, and Danny Dietrich is the fucking devil, man. This is Cain and Abel. Honestly.
Yeah.
This is Cain and Abel fucking levels. The difference between Danny Dietrich and Billy Dietrich is Cain and Abel. It really is. I mean, honestly, I had never thought about that, but that is the best way to describe it. It is so opposite. It is Cain and Abel levels. And Danny's definitely Cain.
Well, when I was a kid, we grew up in western Pennsylvania before I moved to Texas, and my cousins, like I put on there, my uncle, he was a tech inspector at Lernerville. So we would go to Lernerville and North Hills every Thursday and Friday night. Johnny Gibson, he grew up with us up there, and the Blaneys and all them guys. We were all kids at the same time. But I've heard things about him that he's kind of a rough person to deal with.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. It's Cain and Abel. It's Cain and Abel.
My cousin just retired a couple of years ago from running sprint cars.
It's Cain and Abel. But anyway, I don't want to keep you up all night, or myself, but I mean, I don't know how you said you're from Texas. How do you stay being a race fan living down there? That's what I want to know. Is streaming saving your life, or?
I own 2 racing series and 5 race cars.
Well, hold on. Where at? What is this?
Houston. I run micros now. I've not done the sprint cars since early 90s when Stacy Simmons, I worked with him when he took that big flip at the Devil's Bowl and almost died.
Now see, funny enough, I wasn't old enough to see Stacy Simmons race, but I there is this thing that, well, you probably know about it. Dirt Track Photography was the main videographer of Devil's Bowl. And they, back in the day, it was very popular to come out with videos. Heck, even my guy, my Vietnam veteran probably knows that these old video guys, they used to put out these videos called the worst flips and crashes of 2025 or 1989, worst flips and crashes video. And I do remember a flip and crash video. It was like the best of 20 years at Devil's Bowl or whatever. And Stacy Simmons went down into turn fucking 3 and flipped the fuck. He started entering the corner and ended at the fucking airport. This fucking guy flipped the fuck out of that race car. And I think that's what you're referencing right now.
Yeah, he was going into turn 3 and the guy in front of him blew the motor and he climbed the right rear.
And was gone.
Of him, and he went off turn 3 and flipped all the way out past the heavy equipment.
Yeah, he flipped. He had to at least flip for 150 yards. Yeah,
that's when they still had the trees down the back straightaway.
Yeah, but he fucking flipped and did not stop. I mean, it was crazy. And Devil's Bowl was known for that. They stopped racing wing cars there, or wingless cars there because of the danger. It was Devil's Bowl, and the funny joke about it was, if you race there, you'll get killed, because it was a very dangerous racetrack.
Was it 88 or 89? I think there was 2 or 3 people killed. Ron Hughes got killed in the midget. And I was living in Tennessee at the time, but I would talk to Stacy every week. And it was for some reason, I know Ron Hughes, that was the midget driver that had the hand controls. He got killed there. And then I'm thinking somebody else. They spun out coming off 4 in front of the field and in a sprint car and got killed that same year.
Well, and also I remember in that same flip and crash video that I'm referencing, there was I think at least 2 times in that video. It was a 20-year-old, best of 20 years. At least twice, I think cars went into the grandstand. One of them was Jess Swindell. I know for a fact, I almost want to say for a fact at least, that Jess Swindell flipped into the turn 3 and 4 grandstand.
Was it the white 1S car?
I'm not sure. I can't tell you that. I just know I vividly remember seeing cars flip into the grandstands at Devil's Bow in a flipping crash video.
It was 80, the winter of 86 that they moved that wall out. Because the wall used to be right up against the fence.
Yeah, and then they moved it out about 5-6 feet. Yeah.
The winter, they moved it up 10 feet when the insurance companies, I believe, made it mandatory. That was the easiest way to do it. Was just
well, and I'm sure the insurance companies got involved when a fucking race car went in the damn grandstands. You know, that's probably when they told them.
I remember Ron Schumann coming around 3 and 4 and hitting the wall, and I was sitting at the top of the grandstands, and his wing came over the fence and went into the grandstands. Luckily, there was nobody in the area at the time, but that's when he was running the Afixco car.
Okay.
That was probably 86, maybe 87.
Wow.
But, I mean, Jeb Sessoms, he did the same flip Stacy did. He just did that 3 years ago. He caught a wheel and flipped, and he was out for 3/4 of the year. Luckily, he wasn't hurt as bad. I mean, Stacy died on the way on life flight, and they revived him.
Well, I was sitting here. Funny enough, I was sitting here trying to find some videos of Devil's Bow flips and crashes. Look what we run across here. Devil's Bow Speedway documentary. Do you see this fat motherfucker, 450 pounds, doing an interview on the top of this documentary here?
Hold on a second. Let me. I had.
This is hilarious. You see this fucking 400 pounder like just running amok?
Standing on top of the.
Standing on top of the tower. Oh yeah, standing on top of the tower. Back when we were slinging our mouth and running racetracks. Which this is the funny part. People just really do think I'm a fan sometimes. They don't understand that I was like a leading figure of motorsports before I turned on it. But yeah, this video in particular was a documentary, and they wanted me to talk about the sport and all this stuff because Devil's Bow had a history. I don't know why we're having video lag, but yeah. Look at us go! Oh my God, look at us! Oh, look at us announcing. We're leaning over. We can't even hold our weight up. Oh my God, when was this? 10 years ago. Well, and I went to 200 pounds after this video, but I was technically saying the same damn things at this time in this documentary. I think. Let me see. Hold on.
Different than the asphalt sport.
Oh, look, David's saying
though
it.
Compared to NASCAR, dirt track.
Hold on.
And I feel like that love I have for the propels me to be able to toss it on to others in our promotions with other people, trying to bring that passion to them, that understanding of what it actually is on the track.
Though compared to NASCAR, dirt track racing brings something to the table that's a little bit different than the asphalt sport.
Have you ever heard of NASCAR? They'd probably say yes. I'd tell you, well, you ever been to a NASCAR race or seen it? They're like, yeah, and about after 10 minutes, did you fall asleep? And he said, yeah, I could have walked away from it. Well, I would agree with you. This is anything but NASCAR. This is action-packed. This is excitement.
Oh, they got the clip. There it is. Actually, funny enough, I didn't know I'd find this clip here, and I don't know why they're using it while I'm trying to promote the sport. That is the clip. I believe that's Jeff Swindell right there as I'm talking. That goes.
Agree with you. This is anything but NASCAR. This is action-packed. This is excitement. We don't need a pit stop and Danica Patrick to put on a show.
Oh, listen to me. I was talking shit back then. Listen to this liner.
Need a pit stop and Danica Patrick to put on a show.
Oh excitement. My God,
we don't need a pit stop and NASCAR. This is action-packed. This is excitement. We don't need a pit stop and Danica Patrick to put on a show. We put a show on the Speedway, and that's what dirt track racing, not only at the Devil's Bowl Speedway, but across America, Canada, and Australia, puts on some of the greatest shows.
Breathe my old self in real quick, and not just the weight. Hold on, let me hear this one more time. Did I actually say this on a documentary? This Tanner Long worked for the Dallas Cowboys, so this was actually going to some people. This was actually, I believe, a documentary that was actually, he was an intern, and he actually worked the camera for me because I own technically the first streaming company or on-demand streaming local company. I started it called Dirt on Demand. But he was a cameraman, and he actually went to one of the universities. I don't know if it was SMU or North Texas, but this was a documentary for his school. So he presented this to the school. He also put it up on their local TV stations and all that. So that's what this was about. But I can't believe in this moment I was still like getting all fuck you. This is how I lost my job at this situation technically. And this was 10 years ago, so that was 2015. Okay, so anyway, I got to hear myself one time. Hold on, just I'll stop it. I'll stop it and continue our conversation. But I got to hear, did I really say this? Hold on, my 450-pound ass was saying this? Hold on.
Action pack. This is excitement. We don't need a pit stop in Danica Patrick to put on a show. We put a show on the Speedway, and that's what dirt track racing, not only at the Devil's Bowl Speedway, but across America, Canada, and Australia, puts on some of the greatest shows on dirt. We are going in circles, but it's a whole nother game compared to NASCAR, which is what we get compared to all the time.
After conquering the USA Modified Points Championship last year.
I just had to hear that. All right, I had to hear it. I had to hear it. I'm sorry. I had to hear it for myself. I couldn't believe what I was saying. Look at the young G go. I'm just saying. Continue.
Didn't they have like a reality show they did from the Devil's Bowl?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was called Dirt. It was Street Stocks, yes.
Yeah, I thought there was something like that done there. But yeah, I raced. I guess when I started out.
So why don't I put them on the screen? Anyway, continue.
Well, when you showed that flip of Swindell, I remember Kinzer got into a flip on the front straightaway and landed on top of somebody's brand new van right there by the generator.
Yeah.
Smashed the roof in. It was some dealership brought it out to show it. Kinzer caught a wheel going down the front straightaway and landed on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about flipping in the stands, and I just had to find a video where I was promoting racetracks to find that, but that's funny enough. But yeah, that's the type of shit that would happen back there.
Well, Mark, I don't know if you know Mark Madison.
Yes,
when he
Mark
was running
Madison,
sprint
yes.
cars, I was helping him, and they had a USAC show there, and we were running second in the B main, and Mark hits the front straightaway wall just past the flag stand. Car pulls a wheelie. He gets the right front up on the wall. The car spins around, sliding down the top of the wall, come back on the track, and kept on going. And I'm like, I asked the official, I said, we never stopped. He goes, yeah, you get your spot. They threw a yellow, but we got our spot back, and we ended up making the A main. But that was fun back in the day. You got the guys from USAC would come in and run the Devil's Bowl. You get the 100 City and some of the ones from Indiana, and you just don't get a lot of that in Texas anymore.
No, you don't. It definitely lost the prestige, and I think they fucked up when they got away from the Outlaws, you know. That ASCS era where they switched to the Outlaws and all that. Oh, no, I'm still running my mouth on Tony Stewart and Casey Kane back in and Kenny Wallace. Oh, God.
I mean, back in the day it was Steve Perry and Richard Summers or the big blocks when you had Eldon Dotson or Ron Golden or Suggs or those guys. I mean, North Texas used to be great for racing.
Yeah, funny enough, guess who's on the screen right now? Jeff Day. If you know what North Texas is, you had to know who Jeff Day was.
He run, I think, a little bit after I went to Tennessee for a couple of years, and then came back, and then ended up moving to Houston. But
okay. Yeah, he was the guy there, and he got one shot. Actually, the year that Jason Johnson got injured in a fire, I believe at Bloomington, running the World of Outlaw Gummot series, ASCS had their speed week, and they didn't have a driver for the 41 car. Phil Dietz may know this, actually. Phil Dietz would probably be the best show I could have. But they put Jeff Day in the car because he was like the baddest motherfucker at North Texas, and he beat them all. First night in the car, first try. Gary Wright, Gary Lee Meyer, all the names of ASCS when ASCS was a real series. He got in the car and fucking whooped their ass, and it was it was entertaining. It kind of showed that the local guys, if you give them a chance, they could really do something special, I think, in that moment. And that's a thing we don't have much of outside of Pennsylvania.
Well, I know back in the late 80s, we had the 1200 cars. And Laney would always say, he goes, yeah, I can tell which sprint car guys came from DFW and which ones came from the Texas mini sprints that ran down there at 85 Speedway, because you had like Huddleston and Stacy and Junior Stubblefield and Reeves and Cliff Hines, and a lot of those guys came from DFW. And then you had, I can't remember. Anything I remember, he ran with the TMSA, but anything I can remember about
there
him.
was a guy I remember called Ron Beechler was really badass in those.
Ron Beechler, yeah,
which was Donnie Beechler's cousin, I believe. So
yeah, they're brothers or cousins, yeah, because one of them was a USAC ace, and the other one he ran at DFW too, running the 1200 cars. But there was one guy that came from 85 Speedway. Can't remember his name, but I think it brings him to mind is one year he took his 1200 car out there, flipped it off the back straightaway in the trees. Next year he bought a 356 car, or the 360 cars, and bought a brand new car out there, run it off the back straightaway, and flipped it off into the trees.
Yeah, Devil's Bowl was a dangerous facility, man. If you didn't know what you were doing, you got fucked up at Devil's Bowl. And it showed most 2023, they took the non-wing cars there. USAC went there, and that's the most recent video I can find. They were pulling wheelies because the back straightaway is taller than the front. They were pulling wheelies off of turn 2. You could see here on a half mile, pretty impressive. But if you watch this guy on the right, he goes for a pretty big fucking ride. And they sent a lot of cars for a ride on this night. And people always was afraid of running like I said earlier, non-wings at Devil's Bowl was considered a death wish. They sent guys for fucking rides this night. Here's another one. That was the first one. This is another one. Because going into one with that uphill trajectory, it just carries the car a certain way. And if you ain't ready to slow her down or back her down, I think that's kind of what made it technical. You would end up biking your left rear and flipping off into the woods, I mean, it was a dangerous fucking facility.
Yeah. That's what I mean. All through high school and stuff, I went out there. And now, like I said, I got 2 series now. I have what they call sportsman's or turf cars. I own the Turf Car USA and I own the EMSA. But when I had the A class, a lot of these like Jeb and Tyler Courtney, Aaron Reitzel was one of our champions. The Estes boys raced with us. I feel old because now some of the kids I've known since they were little bitty, and now they're like the Burke kid's running, he was running Silver Crowns, now he's running something else. I think he's running trucks now, but all these young kids that I remember watching running junior sprints or running go-karts are now adults and running sprint cars.
I agree. Can I take a quick break with you and take a pee?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going in and going out. I'll be right back if you can wait. Read the comments and respond to these pieces of shit. Spike's in here talking shit about you.
Well, at least I've been trying to lose weight. At least he did lose weight. I want to get back in a car again, and I'm getting there. Hopefully here in a couple months I'll be able to fit my fat ass back in a car. Talking to a fellow mustache cowboy. Yeah, I'm from Texas, and yeah, I got a mustache. Oh, well, shit happens. Get over it. Cocaine break. I doubt it. Drinking too much. Got to go to the potty. Drinking beer run right through you, shit. Don't run into Dollar General. Shit, they got a damn Dollar General in every freaking corner now.
We're back. Anyway, is that? I mean, it's interesting you're down there in Houston. I was thinking of going to Big H this year.
Yeah, I guess it's Houston Motorsports Park now.
I think so, yeah.
It's a nice facility. I mean, everything's concrete. I mean, it's not the old Big H with the dirt surface and badass races like it used to. I mean, I've been out there a couple times, but I flagged out there one night. But on that race on deal, who are you talking to? Chris David and Chris and Bobby have that still?
I'm not sure. I mainly talk with Zach Clark.
Okay, because I don't know. Chris David started that. Me and his dad, Bobby, raced 250s back in the 90s, and then Chris ran 600 cars for a little while with us. And then he moved on to trucks, and then he started doing the live streaming thing, and that's worked out really well for him.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, it is getting late. It's 12, it's midnight. So, I mean, is there anything else?
Not really. I mean, where'd you go to school in Dallas?
Mesquite. Brian Adams, Mesquite.
Okay, I went to Irving Nimitz.
Yeah, it's a big city. It's not small.
No, that's the thing, though. Driving across Houston and driving across Dallas is a lot easier. It seemed like it's forever when I was a teenager. But now, we went up there for a race at TMS at the beginning of the year. All that stuff used to be farmland. Now it's all houses and apartments. And I mean, you used to go to Buffalo Park, and it used to be out in the country. Now there's apartments and everything all around there.
Yeah, that's a track that my dad used to always talk about, was Buffalo Park, funny enough. Was that a good one, or what was that?
Yeah, we went every Friday night to watch the modifieds. That was their big class, was the modified skinny cars. They call them skinny cars down here back in the day, but we just called them modified. That's what I consider a real modified.
You're talking about the wing modifieds?
Yeah, they were winged and non-winged. Buffalo ran them both ways. They'd run them once a month with wings, and then the other 3 nights they ran non-wing. And that's when Eldon and Golden, Cecil Ferris.
Okay, heck, we can bring up some old wing. See, people have never heard of these wing modifieds. We kind of scare them when we talk about them.
Yeah.
This is 1989 in Texas. It was the premier class. It really was. I mean, people don't understand that, but
they were more popular than the sprint cars, because any place that ran sprint cars was Devil's Bowl.
Yeah. So they basically took the Northeast modified, and that was probably one of the fastest cars, the 87 of Bo Rout, and we got some Cowtown footage here.
Yeah, I remember Bo. I dealt with Bo as a promoter, and didn't know him as much as a racer. I knew him as a promoter.
It was basically modified people who didn't like sprint cars, and they're like, all right, we'll take these fucking Northeast cars, chop the sides off of them, put sprint car tires on them and big motors, and they used to do match races between sprint cars and wing modifieds at Devil's Bow, and the wing modifieds would win.
Yeah, we ran. I guess we had a Northeast car. We had what they called a mud bus, and it had a big block 455 Pontiac in it, and we ran it out at Buffalo Park, and we would take it to the Devil's Bowl. Number 83, Jerry Pinkert drove it. Had a big old. It was a pink modified with a big bear on the side of it.
Yeah, Jerry Pinkard, Brian Pinkard were Devil's Bowl regulars in sprint cars when I was a kid. So
Brian Pinkard was a manager on my football team in high school.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I got into the racing in North Texas. It was him and Chucky Weaver and Billy Weaver. They had street stocks out at the Buffalo Park. I went out there with them. That's how I met Mark Madison. And
but it was pretty crazy how big this class was. I mean, somebody said Gary Wright was a good driver earlier. Gary Wright started in wing modifieds. I mean, Steve Kinzer attempted to drive one of these one night, and he got smoked. Doug Ingles.
He ran them at
Doug
Syracuse.
Ingles is a National Late Model Hall of Famer. I mean, this was the class he cut his teeth in.
Oh yeah, he was a badass. Eldon Dotson was probably the biggest name in that class.
The dirt track cowboy, Eldon Dotson. You got to get it right, you know. I was at the track when he died. He had a heart attack in the pits. I was there.
Well, I heard about that. He had a Hoover car back then because we had one of them too.
Well, it happened at an IMCA race, actually. That's when IMCA came in. Actually, IMCA, I would say, is responsible for the destruction of the wing modified in a way. All the big cars. You know, you had the wing modified, you had the modified, the limited, and IMCA came in and started running for $30,000, and it was a $10,000 car at the time, and everybody switched to running them. But
yeah, now they priced themselves out of existence.
Right, they came in offering cheaper racing, and they destroyed it. But yeah,
he had the Blue Max car that he drove for Raymond Beadle, and then he drove for Bob Mills. I remember that he had the international semi that the car sat in the back of it on a ramp that went straight up to the roof. It kind of stood in the trailer. But oh yeah, he was the man to beat. I mean, Tom Lorenz run back then.
Which Tom Lorenz is the owner of Smiley's Racing Products.
Yeah.
But at this time, I mean, in 1989, I was hearing that these cars. Believe it or not, guys, these cars were $40,000 for a roller. And you had to fucking put the money in the car. And if you didn't, I mean, you weren't competing. I think, who is leading this race? Keith Green? Yeah, I think Keith Green's leading this. I mean, Keith Green and Bo Rowden used to be like one of the wing modified staples of the industry, you know?
And was it Keith Wright and his dad, Steve Wright? They had the 11. Was it Sippin' something? They were sponsored by like convenience stores or something.
Yeah, there's big money in this. Yeah.
With the red 11.
Yeah.
So, the 5-car green. I mean, he ran Waco mostly, and then he ran Cowtown. Paul White did it.
Yeah, Paul White was a big name that came out of it, too.
And he ended up being a USAC champion.
Silver Crown champion, yep. Paul White won the Silver Crown Championship 2001, yep. And that's where he came from, these cars.
I went to Cowtown, a guy flipped and turned 3 and 4. I was probably 16. and he caught fire and he got burned. They got him out, but he survived, but he got burned. And that was in a big block modified. But I remember in the late 80s when the northern guys would come down and they'd have dirt versus dirt south.
Yeah, Doug, what was that? That was all Jumpin' Jack Johnson and Bob McCready would come down, all the big names, Danny Johnson. Brett Hearn, yeah.
Yeah, Brett Hearn and Pouch and a lot of the northern guys would come down, and they put on some damn good races.
Yeah, modified. Texas is technically a modified state. I would say Texas is a modified state, technically.
Now, I've watched a few of them on the internet now, but they just don't look as fast as they did back then.
It's funny you mentioned Mark Madison. Mark Madison's actually the guy who posted that video to YouTube. Funny enough.
Yeah, Mark raced everything.
Yeah.
He run asphalt modifieds. He run IMCA modifieds. He run the Bellmeyer car out the Devil's Bowl. He ran his own car. I remember when Mark first come out with those plastic wheels, and Mark had a white car. He went out turn 2 Devil's Bowl and totaled the J&J we had. That was the last time we ran them plastic wheels.
Right. Well, we just saw one of the labels said Stoner. Was he a weed smoker or something?
Ron Stoner.
I'm just pausing it right here because obviously the South is a
Ron
little high,
Stoner,
apparently.
Yeah, Ron Stoner. I think he had a motor company, or he owned Performance. One of them black self-racing engines. That's not it. There's a later Eldon car too that has Stoner Racing on it. It's like a dark gray.
Oh, it's a beautiful car. Yeah, I remember the car you're talking about. Yeah.
I believe Stoner, he owned a team, but I think he built motors.
Okay. Well, Harry Horonis was Performance Auto Supply. I knew that.
Yeah, Harry Horonis, I remember that. Didn't he run the 12 car? Him and Ron, maybe that wasn't Horonis. Shit.
Oh, you're fine. You don't have to think too quick.
What was the speed shop over in Grand Prairie?
Not sure.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you in a minute. Let me look at Ron Golden.
Devil's Bow 1987. Oh, God. Small Wings. Yeah, they didn't really like the big wings in the South. They believed the small wings made you had to drive the car a little bit. So they were all about the small wing shit.
Yeah, it was Harry's Hot Rod Shop. That's what it was.
Okay.
And I thought that they sponsored... Did Harry Horonis run a number 12 I thought he ran a number 12 modified. And it was the same as a Harry's Hot Rod Shop. He was the 12 and Ron Golden was the 2.
Okay.
And let me see here.
Wow, 86 modifieds. The hell was that? Yep, the same skinny shit.
Yeah, Eldon ran a skinny car in 84, 85. I think he had a big body car and he had a small body car. The big body car had a big block in it, and the small body had a small block in it. Because I remember back in the day, all the cars had to run 12-pound air in the right rear. You got to check before you went on the track and when you come off, because that's how they try to even up the big blocks and the small blocks.
Was tire pressure?
Yeah. We actually did it with our micros last year. The guys raised 10 kinds of hell about it. I'm like, guys, it don't cost nothing.
Right.
You air up the car, you loosen the car up. The only thing that sucked is it didn't work because the cars actually got faster.
Right.
Because we run a micro with like zero-turn tires and stuff on them now, which, hell, a micro tire, I have not run sprint cars in a long time, but I'd hate to see what the tires cost on a sprint car now.
Oh, it can't be cheap.
It's $1,000 to put micro tires on.
Wow.
I can imagine what a sprint car costs now.
Oh, yeah. 100 grand easy.
And they're sitting there like, well, why do the cars cost so much? We need to go American Racer because Hoosier's charging so much. Well, Hoosier's charging so much because whoever's getting their name on the side of that tire is getting $10 to $15 a tire for every one you buy.
Right.
ASCS2 hasn't existed in 15 years, but the ASCS2 tires out there, you got to run it. It's a shootout.
Right.
And for every one of them tires that they sell, Emmett's getting the check for.
Yeah.
I mean, I did it when I had my series, or when I had the racing tire series. I mean, I didn't get the kind of money they probably get, but I mean, I'd take it. They'd give me $500-600 at the end of the year and 10 jackets. I was like, hey, works for me.
Well, yeah, and
if
they're giving you the amount of money that the Outlaws are probably getting, why would you ever change?
Yeah, I mean, hell, it paid for my trophies, and it paid each of the guys got a jacket, and that was a good deal.
Right.
So I mean, I can imagine what the Outlaws and all these other guys get paid for them.
Right.
I mean, that's probably a big chunk of a big chunk of their points fund.
More than likely.
But I mean, I know you talked about it before. I'd like to see some of the numbers though that they're getting. I don't know how. I just don't see high limit paying that 3 to 5 years from now. That seems like a hell of a lot of money to come up with.
Yeah, it is.
I'm like, man. And hey, it's great if you can do it. It's great for the drivers. It's great for the sport. But I just don't know. I just can't see how they're going to sustain it.
Right. Okay. Well, you got anything else you want to discuss?
No, but I mean, we're good. Finally get to talk to you. I know I've talked to you on Facebook a couple times.
Well, I may be making my way down to Houston, so I may have to take your number down because there is some people want me to come down there for Big H, so I may have to do that.
When is that?
The main race they're interested in me being at is July 4th weekend.
Let me see something real quick. Let me look at my schedule. Yeah.
We are broke, Spike. We need Venmo, PayPal links in the description if you want the Chaz to move tomorrow outside of pain pills for my foot. Yeah. Venmo, PayPal links in the description. Send anything, $5, $10, anything worth more than Spike. Spike hates me, so it's fine. Prove him wrong.
Yeah.
We're going to check in with Clyde Knipp's mom tomorrow and get paid, buddy. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, we're at Gulf Coast that weekend.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, I mean, I understand.
TMS and we race in TMS, so.
Okay.
See, we race in southern Oklahoma and stuff. See, if we go to race in Oklahoma, we'll stop by and pick you up and take you with us.
Oh, God, no. I ain't going to Oklahoma from Texas. I'll go to Texas through Oklahoma, but fuck Oklahoma.
Hey, at least now they sell real beer, not the 3-2 shit.
I didn't know this, but okay. I didn't know they changed their liquor laws. I'm sorry.
Yeah, back in the day, we had a Chili Bowl. We had to take Texas beer because all the Oklahoma beer did was make you
I do remember that. I do remember that. Yes.
I think you can get real beer in Oklahoma now.
Okay.
Okay, well, good talking to you, man. I'll let you go.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. We got the chat still up. I don't know why. It's very degenerate. Raven Culp said they always sold 5%, but you had to buy it room temperature. I do remember that. It wasn't in the actual refrigerators. Raven Culp keeps wanting us to stay around, so we might as well play some Raven Culp content. Like I was saying earlier, I started doing documentaries after I told the track and everybody go fuck yourself. This was actually the first episode of a video I came out with 7 years ago, and it does feature Raven Culp. So we're going to play this intro. I thought I had a really good intro. You could tell me if I'm wrong or not. Watch this shit.
On this episode of Slide the Dirt, presented by Iron Aces.
We're having problems. These little guys breaking for some reason.
Come out here and try to figure some things out. Little bullshit like that goes wrong.
We are 3Y here at Heart of Texas.
Oh my.
I'm going to get the advantage. Oh, Sherry going to get tagged and go around and 1 and 2 yellows out.
The next time he does it, he's going to end up over the fence.
Hey, America, you may think that the greatest race car drivers in this country are those concrete queens on Sunday. Fact of the matter is, those ain't nothing but a bunch of rich kids outside on the asphalt, and the best of the men and women found inside the dirt.
Oh, my. I put this at the beginning of every single show that I made. I did all the editing, all the filming, all the intro. The intro was badass, but this is what I was saying 7 years ago. Look. Shed a tear. Oh my.
What's up, fellas? Clean out all the fuel, backing the motor down, run through the valves, check them. We're going to practice Thursday at Greenville. Friday, we're going to take it down to Waco, run non-wing with the elite group. And then Saturday, we're going to go to Cleveland, Texas, and run 105 Speedway with the elite group.
Did you have that behind your ear?
Yep. That's what all the cool kids do.
So what were you doing all that drilling for anyway?
Get grills. We put those on there for Raven because he can't drive too well. Likes to trash people's shit.
So what about your racing background? I mean, what have you done? Won a couple heat races?
I qualified fifth a time or two.
Well, where do they do time trials at?
I got this World of Outlaws game at home, and like I qualify on there every now and then with the steering wheel. I've never actually been in a real car, so it's kind of interesting to see how this is going to go this Friday.
Like it's a new car and everything, and no driving experience. They just bought you a suit and everything, huh?
YOLO. I got this off eBay.
Am I doing this right?
Yeah, how do these seatbelts work? Can we build a factory stock stud for the fucking torque tube?
Oh, there's always a twist.
Broke again?
Yeah.
Alright, so what's going on here?
We're having problems with these little guys breaking for some reason, and this holds your torque tube housing.
And what happens if that thing comes loose?
You get hit in the ankle by it. It really doesn't feel too good. I've had it happen a time or two. Other reasons besides that, but...
What happened on the other times? Did you mess with somebody's girlfriend and they came over and whacked you with it or something?
Let's just say Tyler Erb and Hudson O'Neal ain't the only ones in that situation.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's a 3/8 hole, so that right there fits a
As
3/8.
long as the bolts broke off down in the hole.
Yeah, in the hole. If not, I just do them, you know. So I've had to use these for header bolts on trucks.
So this is the little shop part. We used to have a show, but Kevin Culp started saying, you know, it would have been a great show, but Kevin Culp, your dad, Raven, said that I had to start giving you royalties or whatever. It was crazy. He was like trying to shut it down. I don't know if that's because he was drunk or what, but that's what happened. I was like, whoa, I'm working 40 hours a week to build this shit, and you want me to pay royalties now? Crazy. Chaz was always referencing girlfriends even back then. No, that's not what it was about. It was about Tyler Erb and Hudson O'Neal. If you don't remember, you don't remember. So Chaz has always been the Temu dirt tracker. That's fucking funny. He was drunk a lot back then. Oh, wow. Thanks a lot. Throwing me under the... Oh, you're talking about your dad. Yeah, he was. He was very much. Hold on. Can we find actual good footage of you racing? I'm just curious. Hold on. We'll go back to the show if that's what people want to see. It had like 20,000 views on Facebook. So he had to drill this bolt out on the car. This is like the little shop segment of the video.
Oh,
So the bolt broke off where the housing goes.
These
the reason they're falling and breaking.
These are grade 8s. That's a grade 5 bolt, a silver. Generally, there's like 3 marks or letters, whatever. That's a grade 8. It's a lot stronger. They don't break for no f***ing reason.
And that's why this is happening?
Yeah.
Are you so mad you're gonna knock something down? You're gonna knock those down? I'll do it for you. Yeah.
Hand tight, there's no reason for it to break.
Exactly.
You have to pull the motor, I guarantee you.
There's the evil guy that ruined it all. Here, if you want to come and see it.
So what are you gonna have to do? Can't get it?
Probably gonna have to pull the motor.
So I guess tonight it just won.
So then you had to pull the motor out. Oh, I think I did it quick, actually. Oh, we'll show you. So that was the problem there. The bolt actually fell apart. So they're trying to remove that to make sure it's stable.
Is it even going to come that direction? Because it's...
That's how I did this one. But it may be easier just to swap motor plates right now.
So they end up... I actually had to mute that part. Yeah, that's right. So then we had commercials and everything.
Underway here at the Heart of Texas Speedway in Waco, Texas.
Somebody else decided to go in there wide ass open and take the back bumper off the car damn near.
IRP Race Cars is one of the leading chassis innovators in the southern United States region, specializing in
Car works great. It's a little slick out there right now, so it's hard to tell too much, but it sticks wherever I want it to. So that's always a good thing. I really wish the track had some more moisture in it, that way I could really hammer down on it and see what it's really got. But
of course, tomorrow Waco, a little faster of a track, higher banks. What do you think? You think tonight was important?
Yeah, it's good to get laps in the car. At least make sure nothing's going to fall apart, if anything. I've got a lot of laps in non-wing car. I've raced 360 non-wing one time. We've got a 360 in there now, so at least I know the motor ain't gonna fall apart, the car ain't gonna fall apart. We're at least ready to go out there and deal with the better track. Like you say, it's a lot faster, high bank. Hopefully it's not too rough.
I'm trying to remember what actually happens here. There's a lot of stuff that happens. I know we could say it for 30 minutes, but if you want to see it, Inside the Dirt, episode 2 on the channel. If you go to the channel in particularly, and you go to playlist, I know people say you don't know anything and blah, 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 blah. Inside the Dirt, I believe, has...
They took my good looks. They took my blonde hair.
Well, of course they did, woman. Inside, I think it has
Hey,
like
it's me,
15
your itchy, flaky...
episodes. I can't remember how many there are, but you can kind of get a gauge of it on your screen. There's an Inside the Dirt playlist. 149 videos are Inside the Dirt. So 149 technical, kind of behind the scenes videos in this playlist that, you ain't done nothing, you ain't went anywhere, but they're all in here. From different race teams, Petaluma. The Spike, remember when I had the chick from Petaluma and me and her were like doing stuff? Look at this. Look at this, Spike. Do you remember this?
What's going on there? We're over here in Petaluma, California. We're here from the Target. And hey, she said she was off work. She got one of these too. So here's how you turn into this place right here.
I can walk,
Hey, we can go around the corner.
This blonde had an attitude, Spike. Just keep listening.
Over with real quick. All right. Damn it, there's no openings around here.
Yeah, that's why you just gotta put it in.
I didn't know you
Did you hear what this woman just said to me, Spike? Hold on. You want to talk shit? Did you hear what I said? There's no parking spots here. Listen, Spike.
Around here.
Yeah, that's why you just gotta put it in.
I didn't know you were enthusiastic.
It comes with the hair color.
Is this a parking spot?
Make it one.
Oh, just make a hole where there isn't one?
Well, I mean, you're not as cool as all the little trucks, so.
I would say it's freshly opened, but...
Oh, yeah, got her on that one. It ain't freshly
Whoa. Hold on.
Oh, are we gonna be gentlemen?
I'm a little bit of old school, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm gonna show y'all, I'm gonna teach all the men and women something out there how to act in 2020.
Oh, God.
Open the damn door. These women who want to be empowered and want equal, treatment.
That's fine, I can open my own door.
You have to give them the opportunity to do one of those tasks. Are they going to get out the car, or are they going to and open the door?
Right.
There's a how-to.
It's kind of dirty in there too. They need to get stain cleaner.
I don't know.
I know I'm pretty, so I mean that thing's probably soaking wet right now. Look, I even got this one already giving me my wallet.
No.
Did you just put my wallet in your pants?
Yeah, if I would own my own door.
Oh my God, this is not even fair. Well, at least she left me $10. Not as bad as Cardi B. Hey, I know what you need.
Tell me what
We got a hat with a man band on it. You ever seen a band like this? No.
No?
Your hair's kind of receding. It could use the help. But we are a little late. But I guess we're just going to walk, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even going to talk because we can't get a fucking word in edgewise around here. Speaking of edgewise.
Hold on. We need to get back to our roots. Hold on. We already messed up. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. We're done. We're done. All right, we got to close the show tonight. But anyways, Inside the Dirt on the channel. There's a lot of interesting, ambitious Slim Chaz. There was not a man, Spike. Shut the fuck up. You piece of shit, Spike. I swear to God. Now, if you go in there, there are women, there are black people, so be ready. You never know what could happen. That was at Petaluma Speedway, by the way. Yeah. Oh wait, dude, what is this one? Oh, that's when we raced.
It's all American.
Oh no. That's where we rode. Hold on, we got another video in here. Hold on. This is where we rode.
It's all American Mother Speedway. We're walking up. We got the monster clothes on.
Yeah, we did a ride along with the Bill McAnally Cup car at USA Raceway. Yeah, we yeah, I mean, like I said, Inside the Dirt. In there's all kinds of shit. There's me racing at the Arizona State Fairground in go-karts. It didn't go too well, I don't believe, on the go-kart route. But yeah, you can go in there. Playlist is Inside the Dirt. So there's, like I said, 150 videos around this. Anyways, yeah, we're going back to the comments because I know Spike's in here just hating some more. You know, once again, Spike just hates. Chaz is Haley Deegan walking up on the Beer Hill gang. Is that? Hold on. Can we find that video where I walked up on the Beer Hill gang? I think this is possible. This is where I was wearing suits, ladies and gentlemen. This is once again the unknown channel. I have 20,000 followers on fucking Facebook that I can't. I'm still pissed off about this. 20,000. Last post 2021. This is pretty interesting. I wonder if we do have it where I walked up on the Beer Hill gang and was like, "Come on and get some." This is the video with 460,000 views where Kyle Larson came and talked his shit. Hold on, let's see. Is Kyle Larson's comment still in there? Hold on. I believe he deleted it, but I screenshot it. Yeah, there it is. This is the video where Kyle Larson came after me, guys. So I'm glad he left this comment. He'll probably delete it now. But this video right here got like 480,000 views in a couple of days. Kyle came in here. Look at his big comment. He took fucking time, guys. This was Kyle Larson's comment on this video. And he said, "I've briefly watched a couple of your videos, and all I got to say is, man, I've gotten the opportunity to race with most everyone in the country in sprint car, midget, stock cars, etc. I can tell you," and this once again, this video is about how badass the dirt guys are. I mean, look at it. We had a big speech about it. It was really good. He comes in here, like I said, defending his guys. He says, "I can tell you the guys I'm racing with on Sunday are definitely some of the most talented drivers in the world. Better than most dirt racers I have had the chance to race with. It bugs me to see you bashing any form of racing because we need more people to support all types if we want to grow the sport. So what if Kyle Busch or Jimmy Johnson have never ran a non-wing sprint car? I don't need to witness that to know that they are each one of the top 5 most talented drivers to ever strap into a race car. As far as the Dillon brothers, because I made a video joking at them, and others who have grown up with the silver spoon, you don't win a truck and Xfinity championship or win a cup level without having the talent to get it done. I don't care what excuse you come up with. That takes a good, great driver. People who are racing on Sundays are there for a reason. They are good. Your page is a joke." So it's there. This is 7 years ago. This is the evidence. I mean, I didn't talk bad about Kyle or nothing. I was over here getting my views and saying dirt guys are badass and your NASCAR boys can't toss a sprint car in the corner and do shit like that. And he came in here running his mouth. So, and I think that's what I did. I responded, and that's where the Kyle Larson Chaz still took off. Actually, let's see what I said. Actually, it got a lot of likes, surprisingly or not. I highly doubt. Oh, I said this to him. I highly doubt that. Yes, they are great, but there are guys in every local racing scene that in their car on that track, they can beat that guy. Yet they aren't known or respected. This boils down to respect at the end of the day. It does sadden me to see that has trickled into more than those who don't know. Great race car drivers should not be defined by who can wheel stock cars on Sunday. Racing never did and never will work that way. It worked in the early 90s to mid-2000s for one form, and now it is destroying all forms. Ask the grandstands. They keep removing it from the SI tracks. I got your name on the list too because I'm pretty sure you're going to have a hard time beating a guy named Justin Whitehead in a factory stock. Sad thing is, which was the dominant driver, he still is. Sad thing is, Justin Whitehead won't be known as a race car driver no matter how good he is behind the wheel of a $20,000 factory stock unless he goes out there and dies. Then the regular world will hear about him. Some guy who raced at a racetrack or at a redneck dirt track in those cars that no one knows about. Fact is, I know 12 guys racing 305s in DFW that could wax your ass at their home track, just like most of them other guys too. You wouldn't want your national reputation to get shaded on. At least that's what I would think. Scared of the truth. So it started all about talking about local and regional drivers being really good, not getting recognition. I started calling out the NASCAR guys as how you can't come and beat our guys in our cars. And Kyle took offense to that and had to come in here and run his mouth. So, period. With evidence. I'm surprised he didn't delete this comment. That's crazy. Even some guys agree. Even somebody came in here and said, sadly, a lot of you guys are missing the point. I think simply because now they got Kyle Larson's attention, so now y'all want to ride his balls. Yep, and that was basically the beginning. Kyle Larson wasn't involved in my content until he came in here and inserted himself. And then everybody jumped on the Kyle Larson bandwagon because he's a leader. This is what happened. I mean, I'm not lying when I say this stuff. But regardless, I digress. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff in here. This channel has everything. I mean, 24K, 98K, 76K. I mean, this was my first little video right here. This Dear Mr. Stock Car, 11K, 50, 48K, 70K, 480. Sorry, that video had 489,000 views when Kyle chose to come in and run his mouth. But regardless, those are facts. Come and get some, bitch. Anyway. Spike's literally spamming the chat. Anyway, I guess we can go. It's over now, right, guys? It's over. Why does Spike hate the... He hates me because I turned down his sexual advances at Knoxville. I explained this the other night. I got the audience saying 3 hours of trolling. And he's still not done. That's because he gets roided out and then does cocaine. Does he get paid to troll? I don't know. And then he'll spend all day long in a chat group with Broke Joe shit talking me too. I mean, who is your homeowner? It makes no sense. Yeah, at least Hubert's gone. He gives it up. This Spike guy, he's a roided out. I mean, hopefully every girl he's been with is above the age of 18. I mean, I hope. But it's pretty pathetic. You mean the guy you live with for free? I'm not living here. Does that guy feel proud hosting you for free? I guess. I don't know. We could ask him. I don't understand. Looks at pictures of himself by a midget and gets the shakes. I don't know. I think you're talking about Spike. But, yeah, Spike's a very sad individual. I mean, he's got muscles and I guess some money, but he's got other issues that I don't even think I can help, unfortunately. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that is it. 4 hours. 4 with a 4. Thanks for tuning in. I'm thinking we could have a lot of guests coming here very soon. We will see. Ripper with the Sheldon team. He's very pissed at this scenario with the wings. He might have to come on and tell us why. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in outside of Spike and Brian Hubert. As always, be sure to like and subscribe. We will catch you. Hold on. We got a good comment here. Spike's upset. Daddy Diddy can't oil him up. All right. We'll catch you next time. Just had to get that in there. Bye. We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the best, or we can be the worst. We can be the best. on. We need to make sure that everyone knows what Spike just said is true. PayPal, Venmo links in the description. Thank you.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the best or we can be the worst. So we can be the best thing you ever heard. With the motor singing and the grandstands ringing, it's hard to put it all in words. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove. Don't give a damn.
It isn't freeload, Spike. It's me load. It's not free. I'm here. Fuck off, bitch.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the best or we can be the worst. So we can be the best thing you ever heard. With the motor singing and the grandstands ringing.
I'm smoking a 4-day-old vape. It says it's empty, but fuck it. Send Venmo, PayPal. I need cigarettes and booze. Please help. Bye.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the best or we can be the worst. So we can be the best thing you ever heard. With the motor singing and the grandstands ringing, it's hard to put it all in words. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding.
Thank you for your super chat. I'm out of cigarettes. Venmo, PayPal now. Help, please, God, help.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long.
I'm trying to be a $2 hoe, not a fucking $1.99 one, you pieces of shit. Go be a fucking hooker in Vietnam if you want that.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the best or we can be the worst. So we can be the best thing you ever heard. With the motor singing and the grandstands ringing, it's hard to put it all in words. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove. Don't give a damn about the cash we're spending. With the time we got, we choose to play it on the go, to stay out on the run. We all high, wild and handsome. Ain't telling you what's right or wrong or what to choose. Hey, but this is how we do.
Stop it. Stop it. No. Let's see. Let's see. Can we do? Oh shit! We're live.
This is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove. Don't give a damn about the cash we're spending. With the time we got, we choose to play it on the go, to stay out on the run. We all high, wild, and handsome. Ain't telling you what's right or wrong or what to choose. Hey, but this is how we do. This is how we do. Out on the dirt ovals we play.
I know it.
Life in the
It's pretty sad.
with no shade. So letting her go.
Blame the terrorists. That's the best one. Oh, God. Trump did it. Oh, God. Okay. We're ending it. Fuck you. I think I ended it right as I looked at the camera. Let's see. Maybe not. Oh, we're still streaming. We were watching my reactions. I'm sorry, guys. Fucking Spike. It's entertaining, but y'all watched for 4 hours. So Spike said I can't get 100 viewers, and we just had 200 viewers for 4 hours. So go fuck yourself, Spike. Suck a dick if you haven't already removed your ribs like Marilyn Manson and done it yourself. Fuck off.